assistance and services. The survey, or I should say a survey, the city participated in found that about 40% of people living on the streets and experiencing homelessness have some type of mental health concern. And 11% have a serious mental health issue. So those services will go a long way. And finally, it's going to provide intensive case management. So if they need help with benefits, Social Security or disability, veterans benefits, you name it, they're going to get help with that here. And also they're going to figure out why they're having a hard time removing barriers so that they can get housing. Hey, solving this is definitely a complex issue, and the RCC is just one piece of that puzzle in helping those who are unhoused.
And we always hear a lot of talk about what we should do for our vulnerable communities. And what you see before you today is humanity and care in action.
That was Ward 5 Councilwoman Chandra Summers Armstrong, also sharing remarks at the groundbreaking for the RCC.
And while construction is underway on the newly expanded RCC, those who need help can receive assistance at a temporary setup, and that's going to be at the Health and Wellness Clinic at 314 4 Master Lane. Now, the city of Las Vegas says the operating budget for this will be $7.5 million, and a grant from the state of Nevada is going to help with those construction costs. As to when we can expect it to be open, that's going to be late 2026.
I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us, but try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same. But you have excuses because you're old, so it's okay.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at soundidouttogether.org.
You're watching City of Las Vegas TV, your community connection.
The following program is closed captioned for the hearing impaired.
meeting of September 17th, 2025 is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded and can be viewed live on City of Las Vegas TV on Cox Cable Channel 2. You could also watch the meeting live online and access other city content by visiting lasvegasnevada.gov/connect. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on City of Las Vegas TV the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chamber out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone that has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today that has a need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk's staff. And please note, if you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you do not have your ticket, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. We will now move on to agenda item number 3. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute. Is there anybody that wishes to address the agency? Seeing no one, I thank you, and we move on to agenda item number 4. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the regular redevelopment agency meeting of August 20th, 2025. Mayor Pro Tem, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Please vote. Oops. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item number 5, discussion for possible action regarding funding the amended security grant incentive program designed to proactively support small businesses by providing financial assistance before negative impacts occur, with the goal of promoting economic stability in the redevelopment areas. $250,000 RDA Special Revenue Fund. Redevelopment areas 1 and 2, wards 1, 3, and 5. Mr. Knudsen, Ms. Diaz, and Ms. Summers Armstrong. Please note this item is related to Council Item 18. Ms. Babsky.
Yes, good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Council members. Dina Babsky, Director of EUD. This item, actually, I wanted to give a little background. About 3 or 4 months ago, you all approved a new security grant program to allow businesses to apply for up to $5,000, given that they meet certain criteria, such as they had a security incident that was documented with the police department, or they were facing issues with the roadway construction that would kind of put a detriment on their traffic. What we've learned through the process as we've been processing these applications is that there's a lot of need for us to actually be more proactive in our approach, and instead of waiting for an incident to happen, our now intent is to make this program available to all eligible businesses in the redevelopment areas in a more proactive way. So essentially get them safe and secure before something bad happens. So this would be the only real change to the program, to make it where the expenses are eligible for any business in the RDA. And also to give you a little bit of a background again, what expenses are eligible. It's things like permanent fencing, lighting, locks, doors, security films, security cameras, and things of that nature. And it's important to remind our constituents and you all is that this is a reimbursement-based program, so they can't install anything and then come back to us later. They have to go through the approval process, get approved, and then move forward with the project. And just to give you some examples of the grants that we've processed already, this is a Best in the West Safety. That's a business in the RDA, and as you can see, their security film was pulled off, so they applied for the grant, which then they used to buy new security film and install it. Another example is the security cameras at 7th and Carson. Similarly, they didn't have one before, but through the grant they were able to install them, and now they can have monitoring. And another example of the actual incident, that did take place, they had a security incident, their windows were broken, so that is one of the eligible costs. They applied for the grant, and then they were able to get their windows replaced. With that said, happy to answer any questions and respectfully ask for your approval.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from the agency members? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Babsky. I took the crime support specialist from Bolden Area Command to look at one of the businesses in my ward because they had been broken into. And I think it'd be just a request is if we can connect with maybe I think there's 3 different commands within the RDA to talk to their crime security specialist, that when a business approaches us about a grant, that maybe we tie them in with Metro so we can get some recommendations from Metro as how they spend that money. That's just a suggestion.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Babsky. I think that an ounce of prevention is worth its pound in cure. And obviously us being more flexible with providing the funds on the front end makes a difference, a world of difference for a lot of the small businesses in the RDA. And especially in times when we're hearing that everyone has to tighten their belts, that cost of goods have increased, that they want to keep their employees on payroll. And this just facilitates an upgrade that is for everyone's well-being, not only the establishment or the business, but also the consumers, because we're going to be able to enjoy that establishment for years to come in our fabulous city. So to my colleague's comment, I actually have been very intentional in letting my downtown area captain know about this program. And actually, when we deployed the other round or set of funds, I reached out and I said, can you rattle off all of the businesses impacted so we can personally reach out to these businesses and let them know these grant funds are available, because we had a rash of different incidents that happened in certain parts of downtown area command. So I think that it is something that moving forward we should kind of all be rowing in the same direction, and they are the first responders to these incidents, and we should probably let them know, hey, this is happening. And the same thing with our POP teams that are also helping take care of certain areas in our city. I think they should be well apprised and aware so they can also be a conduit and a connector back to your department. Thank you so much.
We'll take care of it.
Yes, of course.
One other thing is it might be more efficient. The first request that Metro makes on every single one of these visits is for the businesses to put up the no trespassing signs with the associated Nevada revised statute. I'm thinking it might be useful for our sign shop to maybe print those, and that's part of our package deals when we do grant out that money if the no trespassing signs come with it. And I think that could be rolled into the program as well.
Okay, we'll look into it.
And Mayor Pro Tem, do we have a motion?
I'm going to move to approve.
Please vote. Post. Motion passes. Agenda item number 6, RA-24-2025, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency redesignating additional areas for redevelopment valuation on approximately 1,200 acres generally bounded by East Owens Avenue to the north, North Nellis Boulevard to the east, and East Charleston Boulevard to the south. This is Ward 3. Councilwoman Diaz, please note this item is related to Council Item 38, R-65-2025, and Item 69, 25-0285, DAR1. Ms. Babsky.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, Dina Babsky, Director of EUD. We are very excited to present this for your consideration. The 2050 City of Las Vegas Master Plan identifies 16 different sub-areas across the city boundaries, and each of those sub-areas is going to have a special area plan to ensure that neighborhood-level strategies align with our overall city's vision. And East Las Vegas is one of those 16 areas. The East Las Vegas area plan that was approved by City Council back in 2023, Nuestro Futuro, the East Las Vegas Special Area Plan, one of the core ideas in the plan calls for contextual redevelopment of the aging commercial areas in Ward 3 and the east side, transforming them into mixed-use, walkable, vibrant communities. Again, the plan itself, it states that redevelopment in that area will help support the existing businesses, increase economic opportunities, and improve access to public transit overall. And in doing so, that will reinforce the neighborhood identity. So to achieve this, the plan actually calls out and recommends that the redevelopment agency supports the creation of a new redevelopment area that would support the East Las Vegas Special Area Plan. So why a new redevelopment area? What does that really give us? What tools will that allow us to use to help facilitate the redevelopment? When we establish a redevelopment area, we then make tools available and have tools available at our disposal to help assemble the land. As you know, in all of those kind of aging neighborhoods, the land parcels are oddly shaped, they're small, and so to really facilitate a larger, meaningful development, we need to assemble and have larger parcels available. So a redevelopment area establishment would allow for that. Of course, you just all approved the security grant program. That's one of the incentives that we have in our portfolio that could then be available to the businesses in this area, along with our VIP program, our tenant improvements program, and others. Another thing is, of course, the elimination of blight. NRS 279 specifically establishes the goal of a redevelopment agency to eliminate blight. And of course, how do they define it? They define it as, aging, dilapidated buildings, aging infrastructure, again, oddly shaped parcels. And so, the blight based on that development is what we will be looking for in the area as we do the study, and then with the ultimate goal to eliminate it. And then I think it's very important to mention that the dollars generated within a redevelopment area stay in that area. So there is no cross-pollination of funds between different redevelopment areas. As you know, we have 2 already. This would be the 3rd one. How does the process work to establish the new RDA? So today I am presenting to you all, and that essentially would allow us to start the blight study, where staff will be going out to individual properties and assess them against those criteria I just mentioned in NRS 279 and see if they are in fact blighted per the definition in the statute, and then document the current status of those. Also very important is the neighborhood outreach. We will be meeting with the community, explaining the process itself, what we're doing there, but also explaining the benefits of a potential establishing the redevelopment area. Obviously it isn't a council and the board's action to establish the area itself, so at the end of this process, we will come back to you with a plan. The proposed designated study area, which I'll show you a map of, the way it was determined, our staff went out and just drove the area and identified some potential sites. They haven't, again, been yet, fully vetted against the criteria. We then presented the proposed study area to our Citizen Advisory Committee, which has 9 members from the 3 wards that are in the RDA, as well as the community members representing different types of businesses. We also received their recommendations, actually had them go out and drive the area themselves, and worked with them to fine-tune our proposal for the study area. And just to give you a little bit of a background on our current redevelopment areas, this is redevelopment area 1 and 2. Area 1 was established back in 1986. It will sunset in 2046. And then redevelopment area 2, which is all the red that you see on the map, that's a small area, about 1,000 acres in that one. It was established back in 2012, and it will sunset in 2042. The redevelopment area 1 is actually over 3,200 acres. So this is our biggest and oldest redevelopment area. With that, the proposed study area for the redevelopment area 3 is about 1,200 acres. As you can see, it is primarily in it is all in Ward 3. And again, this is just a study area. We haven't confirmed any parcels, and that's what we will be doing over the next 6 months. I also would like to show a map that I know during briefings yesterday there were questions of how the scale of the maps. The area 3 looks a little bit bigger, so I'd like to show this map right here, what it actually would look like in terms of comparison to the acreage and the size of the other redevelopment areas. So this is all area 1, 3,200 acres. This is redevelopment area 2, about 1,100, and this is the proposed study area for redevelopment area 3. As you can see, there's a lot of spaces in gray. This is primarily single-family detached residential communities, and we would not be studying, those for potential to be in the actual boundary. So the areas that are included is primarily commercial corridors, retail, street-facing areas that would be prime for redevelopment. May I have my PowerPoint back, please? Perfect, thank you. So, where we are today, the Planning Commission was presented this plan back on August 12th. They unanimously approved it and supported, so here we are presenting it to you today for your consideration. If all goes well today, then our staff will conduct the blight study over the next 6 months, the public outreach that I just mentioned, and we will draft a preliminary redevelopment plan for the area and bring it back for your consideration and the establishment. I know outreach is very, very important anytime we do things that will impact the community. So we have a great plan, and we will work closely with our communications team on the bilingual public outreach that will fit the community needs, and we want to be sure we communicate well and clear. The outreach will focus on the property owners, the residents, as well as businesses, and that will be done through multiple meetings, community engagements, and we'll have staff available to answer any questions during the blight study as they're there, assessing the properties. As I mentioned, redevelopment plan has certain things required by NRS. They're clearly stated that we need to identify the reasons why we're doing it, describe the conditions of each individual property, talk about how we would finance the projects, and as we all know, that's through the property tax increment, anything that we do in an RDA. And of course, we will bring that back to the Planning Commission and to you all for your consideration, and just make sure that we're all in alignment. And before I answer any questions, I'd like to thank the board because, you all have been very supportive in our efforts in the redevelopment areas 1 and 2, and I do feel like we've done a lot there, starting with the medical district, the arts district, gateway district, and then now we have a lot of activity happening in the historic west side, and a lot more to come around the Cashman redevelopment. So we're truly excited for this opportunity to continue to do the work that we do now in Ward 3. 3. So thank you for your support, and I also would like to thank our Executive Director of the RDA, Mike Jansen, for his leadership. And not to forget the folks that actually have been working on this very diligently and have a lot more work to do over the next 6 months is my redevelopment manager, Tracy Reich, her staff, Alex, and of course our city attorney's office. They have been very, very helpful. So with that, I'd like to ask you for your support.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from agency members? Yes, Ms. Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Babsky, are we internally doing the blight study, or do we contract out with a third party? And are we doing the public outreach internally, or are we also contracting out with someone to do that?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. We will be doing it internally. We have done that historically for all of our redevelopment areas, 1 and 2, and any expansions that we've done in the past. So the staff will have dedicated staff to work on each individual property, and the outreach will be developed with Mr. Riggleman's team, and we will work side by side to make sure it's successful.
Yes, Ms. Armstrong.
I just want to say thank you to Ms. Babsky for taking the time to sit and talk with me about this yesterday and helping me to understand. I'm new and I'm trying to learn all the ins and outs, and it can be complicated, but we know that these types of innovations help us increase the values in our communities and make cohesiveness and just bring life. And so thank you so much, and I'm excited about this.
Okay. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just, before I make my motion, I want to say that, we started by starting the campaign to get information from our constituents. The east side of the city is a side of the city that feels often forgotten by us, and that we haven't done a lot of investing in making sure that that community continues to be lifted and continues to not go to blight. So that's why I think we set forth the engagement and the surveying, and we came up and developed with the Nuestro Futuro plan. East Las Vegas, it's our future. Now we're trying to get tools in our tool belt to then execute the vision of our residents, of our small business owners, of the entire community, and the way to do it is to go this step. And I'm optimistically hopeful that the study will come back with lots of information and hopefully support to move forward in a positive direction. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move to approve agenda item 6.
Hey, please vote. Post. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Agenda item 7. RA-25-2025, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution finding the project proposed by the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and New Woo Art LLC located at 218 East Charleston Boulevard to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan, and authorizing the execution of a CVIP agreement by the RDA not to exceed $25,000, RDA Special Revenue Fund. Redevelopment Area 1, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. Please note this item is related to Council Item number 37, R-64-2025. Ms. Babsky.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, Dina Babsky, Director of EUD. I am excited to present for your consideration a VIP grant with the guidelines of our visual improvement program. But before I present the project itself, I'd like to welcome our applicant, tenant, and property owner, Mr. Fawn Douglas. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Mayor, Council, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm a half owner of the 218 East Charleston building in the Las Vegas Arts District. Myself, Fawn Douglas, and my partner, A.B. Wilkinson. We've taken on this project, as we already have an arts compound on Maryland Parkway, 1331 South Maryland Parkway, with the New Woo Art Gallery and Community Center. We're going on 5 years, but what we do not have is the foot traffic for our artists to sell their wares and their goods. And so what we've done over the past year is we've purchased this building that was very dilapidated. and wanting to, really, we care about Las Vegas, we care about the city. It's on our southern Paiute lands, and we want to revitalize it. And so with this project, we want to initiate bringing more arts into the arts district, especially as it pertains to Native American and indigenous arts and other local arts. We have a number of Great Basin artists, of course, here locally and just through the state of Nevada. But what we're going to be doing is bringing something very unique. We're going to be bringing a portion of this gallery space, because it is 3,800 square foot warehouse. We're going to be cutting that into 3 parts. The first part is the retail store, which will be run by our nonprofit Indigenous AF, and the center will be a fine arts gallery. And the back of house will be our distribution center and place for packaging and selling merchandise online. And so with your graces, I'm open to answering any questions, and please let me know what you would also need of me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Douglas. Just a little bit more detail on the project itself. So the site is located at 218 East Charleston Boulevard. So it's on the south side of Charleston, and I'm sure we all have driven by it. In the area, as we know, there is a lot of growth happening between the new residential, the retail, arts galleries, food and beverage places. So a lot happening in the arts district. Exterior before, so this is the building Ms. Douglas was referring to. As you can see, there is, it's heavily, it's dilapidated, it has graffiti. The windows had a lot of posters, and so, with this grant, Ms. Douglas and her partners will be able to move forward with their exterior renovations. So this is the exterior after the proposed renderings, complete remodeled. So there is replacement of windows, signage, there is new facade, parking lot upgrades, and of course installing new gates and security access. The property owner and the applicant, they are investing a big amount of dollars into the project, of which $163.9 thousand is going to go towards the exterior improvements, which makes them eligible for the full amount of $25,000 from the redevelopment agency. The exterior work for which this grant is being applied for will start in October, November, hopefully once you all vote on it, and the completion will be just a few weeks down the road. So with that, I am also happy to answer any questions and ask respectfully for your approval.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from agency members? Seeing none, is there a motion? Councilwoman Diaz.
Before I make my motion, Mayor, I do have a question. I saw the walls and the renditions, but I'm sure you have some maybe aspirations to bring some murals and some artists to put their art on your walls. Is that going to happen, Ms. Douglas?
Yes, of course. We're really looking forward to beautifying this space. Over the past year, it has been, heavily graffitied and such. And so we're really anxious to get started on this project and for, some beautiful murals and arts to grace the arts district area.
All right. I knew that you were a shoo-in for that answer, but I just wanted to make sure because you do have a lot of connections to artists in our community that can bring and elevate that space and add some artistic contributions to the adjacency.
Yes, absolutely. Even currently at the New Art Gallery on Maryland Parkway, we have the Brian Martinez exhibition. I would invite each and every one of you and the audience as well to please come and see what we're doing. We have gallery hours Thursday through Saturday. You can find us at newwooart.com.
Awesome. So with that, I enthusiastically move to approve agenda item 7.
Please vote. Post. Motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council.
Agenda item number 8, RA-26-2025, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution finding the agency reimbursement agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and Gonzo. Excuse me a minute, what's the matter? Do we? Okay,
Yeah.
Okay. All right. To continue, Gonzo Madness LLC tenant concerning the retail lease of 525 South Main Street, Suite 150, is in the best interest of the public and to be in compliance and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, $600,000 RDA Special Revenue Fund, Redevelopment Area 1, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, I would like to request that this item be held in abeyance until October 15th meeting.
Yes, thank you so much. Is there a motion, Ms. Diaz?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move to hold agenda item 8 in abeyance until the October 15th RDA meeting.
Please vote. Post. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Agenda item number 9, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subject may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Is there anyone wishing to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please come forward. Please state your name for the record. Okay. Please limit your comments to 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Gail Serena Tolbert. To the esteemed mayor and members of the city council, again, my name is Gail, Gayle, Serena, Cerina, Tolbert, Tolbert, and I'm here on behalf of the Doolittle Active Adult Community Center. I'm very excited and honored to be here today. First, I'd like to start by saying thank you all for your hard work and dedication. Thank you for providing valuable resources, activities, programs, and services for the seniors here in Las Vegas, and especially for the seniors at Doolittle. We acknowledge and enjoy the new renovations at Doolittle. They are greatly appreciated. Today, we are here seeking your continued support. I'd like to bring to your attention a petition, and the petition is signed by the members of the Doolittle community, signed and prepared by the members of the Doolittle community. In addition to the petition, seniors have written letters of recommendations expressing their concerns and ideas for many more additional improvements. I've also included a few pictures for further illustration. We're asking you to take a good look at these pictures. Please read the letters and consider our recommendations. In addition, we seek the council's approval to form an action committee consisting of dedicated members of the Doolittle Community Center. The goal of the member committee is to work along with your office to address the issues as they arise. It is our goal that the Doolittle Members Committee work together with the mayor and the city council to promote, create, and maintain a welcoming, clean, and safe, environmental-friendly space for active seniors to thrive as they continue to live out and enjoy our golden years.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to address the redevelopment agency? Seeing no one, The redevelopment agency meeting is adjourned.
I'll be a girl backstage at your show, velvet ropes and guitars. Yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burnt, yellow dancing return. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops I cry. It don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know that, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Papa, paparazzi. Baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your papa, paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until that boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Papa, paparazzi. Real good. We dance in the studio. Snap, snap. That shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We'll plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Papa, paparazzi. Baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your papa, paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until that boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Papa, paparazzi.
She'll set the field on fire, just cutting across the pasture. She'll have you falling for it all and then leave right after. And she got a cold heart, but she got a warm smile, cut from the same cloth. She kinda buck wild, a little bit angel, whole lot of outlaw. She's trouble, but I tell you right now, y'all, long live cowgirls. Never gonna settle on down, girls. Leave you in a lonely ghost town, world where the sun don't rise. Rodeo for one night, love you like a Mustang. One hand on them giddy up reins, holding your heart with some good aim on a goodbye ride. But it's fine, 'cause it's kinda my thing. Long live cowgirls. Yeah, long live cowgirls. I hate that I love the way them kisses taste like whiskey. How they wake up, take on off, and not even miss me. Leave this heart broken, holding that smoking gun. I guess that's just the way them wild horses run. Let them run. Long live cowgirls, never gonna settle on down, girls. Leave you in a lonely ghost town, world where the sun don't rise. Rodeo for one night, love you like a Mustang. One hand on them giddy up reins, holding your heart with some good aim on a goodbye ride. But it's fine, 'cause it's kinda my thing. Long live cowgirls. Yeah, long live cowgirls.
Order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded and can be viewed live on City of Las Vegas TV on Cox Cable Channel 2. You can also watch the meeting live online and access other city content by visiting Las Vegas, Nevada. Be rebroadcast on City of Las Vegas TV the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 8 a.m. Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone that has difficulty with stairs, please check with the marshal or fire officials for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or in the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today that has a need for hearing, if you are parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you do not have your ticket with you, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Chaplain Victoria Camp, Messages of Faith Ministry, and please remain standing as she leads us in the Pledge of
For those who wish to bow their head and join in prayer, I pray. Almighty God, I come before you this day and ask for the blessings upon the City of Las Vegas, the City Council, and the Office of the Mayor. I pray for good health, healing, and prosperity among the citizens of this great state, community, state, nation, and people. I pray you feed our leaders here today on your wisdom and on your understanding for their good and for the good of all those whom they serve. Lord, I pray all things in your precious name and for your glory. Amen.
Amen. Would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much for joining us. We will now proceed with the ceremonials. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda item, of our council agenda. And today we're recognizing Sue Ann Cornwell. Sue Ann, would you please come and join me at the podium? Hello. Congratulations. On October 1st, 2017, Sue Ann was at the Route 91 Country Music Festival as a gunman, as we all know, opened fire on the 22,000 attendees, killing 58 that night, wounding many more, and changing our city forever. In the 5 days following the October 1st tragedy, the Las Vegas Community Healing Garden was built on land donated by the city as volunteers from all over the valley came together with a simple goal: to help The garden has become a symbol for what this city can accomplish when we are united, as well as a sacred place for mourning and healing. I know there are many people here that are volunteers and actively involved with the Healing Garden. May I ask everybody that's associated with the Healing Garden to please rise so we can recognize you for your efforts on all of our behalfs. Sadly, over the last 8 years, we have had others pass away from complications to injuries they suffered at the event. The Community Healing Garden is a place for everyone whose lives were touched by this terrible tragedy. Today, the garden continues to be a special place for our community, and Sue Ann is one of the many people who you can often find in the garden, making sure it remains beautiful. I want to thank all of the volunteers and family members who visit and care for the garden. At any given time when you go there, you'll see people that are just caring for the memorial, and we're very grateful for your efforts. Each tree is surrounded. The garden features 58 trees, one for each of those that were lost in 2017. Each tree is surrounded by photos, keepsakes, and other remembrances. And Sue Ann is often at the garden on her own time, making sure everything is clean and being cared for. Every year before the remembrance ceremony on October 1st, Sue Ann and her team are in the garden getting everything perfect for the families who will be coming to pay their respects and for those that are still trying to heal from the tragedy. In an article in the Las Vegas Sun in 2022, Sue Ann was quoted about the garden, and this is what she said: "When we used to come here, we used to feel real heavy and cry, and it was very emotional. Now we feel 58 people hugging us when we walk through those gates." Sue Ann, your work can be seen in every corner of the garden that sits at the corner of South Casino Center Boulevard, just north of East Charleston. Thank you for your work in taking care of our garden and for taking care of our community. And at this time, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's definitely an honor to be up here. We would not be here today. None of this would have happened had it not been for our 58 angels. They are the backbone of our healing and the backbone of the garden. The garden is an amazing place. Though I wasn't a part of building it originally, I became a part of it. One of the angels passed away in my truck that night, and I couldn't go down there for a long time. And then when the husband asked me to go down there and pick out a tree for Denise Berditis, that made it easy for me to go down there, because then I was helping. And helping is what I've always done my whole life. So the garden has become a place truly what it is meant to do, not only for Route 91, but for our community, for visitors, for people that have buried loved ones outside of the state, that bring a rock down there and paint it for their loved ones, and it gives them a place of peace and comfort to come. I've seen people come in the garden broken and walk out with hope, and walk out telling me that they can now begin to heal because they walked that path. So thank you very much for this award. I'm very blessed that God has given me the time and the ability to do what I do, and none of it I'm not capable of doing any of it alone. I have a mighty crew behind me, and the Route 91 survivors have become family. The families of our 58 have become family, and thank you all very much for being here.
I'm going to give you a break. You're welcome. Are there any family members of the 58 fallen angels with us today? If so, would you mind standing so we could acknowledge you as well? And Sue Ann, on behalf of our city council and all of our fellow citizens, I proclaim today, September 17th, 2025, as Sue Ann Cornwell Day. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your love and your compassion. Thank you very much. And now if you could join us up front, shall we? Let's thank Sue Ann one more time. And thank everybody else that dutifully goes to the healing garden. Thank you. Goes to the healing garden and cleans and watches and cares for the memorial. It's important for all of us, but not all of us actually go down there to clean up. So thank you for making it easier for the rest of us to appreciate what transpired and what we have done in order to memorialize those that lost their lives on that very fateful day. And now we will be reconvening the City Council meeting in about 3 minutes.
All so crazy. Why would we drive 600 miles one way? Blow through cash that we ain't made. Get tattoos and wash our trucks. Push and press our luck. Why would we ask when we know we can dance? Show our hands and change our plans. Lose our minds, break our hearts, and learn to play guitar. Why does any man do anything in the whole damn world? 'Cause there's a girl. 'Cause there's a girl. There's a girl somewhere with eyes so blue. You know a call just won't do. So here I am on Highway 45. First girl to get me to ask myself how I'd been with anyone else any other minute of my life. Ain't it something how they get us doing something? Why would we drive 600 miles one way? Blow through cash that we ain't made. Get tattoos and wash our trucks. Push and press our luck. Why would we ask when we know we can dance? Show our hands and change our plans. Lose our minds, break our hearts, and learn to play guitar. Why does any man do anything in the whole damn world? 'Cause there's a girl. 'Cause there's a girl. Ain't it crazy how they get us going crazy? Why would we drive 600 miles one way? Blow through cash that we ain't made. Get tattoos and wash our trucks. Push and press our love. Why would we ask when we know we can dance? Show our hand and change our plan. Lose our minds, break our hearts, learn to play guitar. Why does any man do anything in the whole damn world? 'Cause there's a girl. 'Cause there's a girl.
Sometimes some nights don't come alive until a cover band plays. They wait on a slow song to make that move on. The girl that everybody else wants, but I already got one. Man, she's a hot one, one in a million, never wanna forget one. Kiss from her sweet lips, gooder than good gets. The kind of girl your mama hope you'd show up with. She's my dream, she's my stone. I'll see you later, boys, I'm going home. I already got one. Yeah, I've been there and done that, handcuffed in the back, wilder than my daddy was. Run every red, break the law, jump a fence, anything to feel a rush. From out of her blue eyes, I found a wild side. Now who the hell needs a Friday night? I already got one, man, she's a hot one, one in a million, never wanna forget one. Kiss from her sweet lips, gooder than good gets. The kind of girl your mama hope you'd show up with. She's my dream, she's my stone. I'll see you later, boys, I'm going home. I already got one. Don't need a reason for staying up, for losing sleep. By the way she's looking at me, I already got one. Man, she's a hot one, one in a million, never wanna forget one. Kiss from her sweet lips, gooder than good gets. Kind of girl your mama hope you'd end up with. She's my dream, she's my stone. I'll see you later, boys, I'm going home. I already got one. Oh, I already got one. I already got one.
you like I did, that I could break an angel's wings. What does that say about me? That I stood there like a fence post as you drove off in your...
Agenda item number 7. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We will set the time at 2 minutes. Is there anybody wishing to address the City Council? Please state your name.
My name is Steve Small, and I'm a registered architect, retired in the state, and I was an urban planner for major developments in the city. I worked for Spo Homes and Los Homes in the early days, and the item I'm talking about is a project which is in the Northwest Valley, the 900, it's item 57. That's on the agenda today, but according to a communications director, it has been pulled, I believe, to a different date. Now, although it's on the agenda today, the big thing I have about it is that the price from BLM for direct purchase, I had brought that up originally with the City of Las Vegas Mayor, Goodman, in her last meeting that I was at. And she said she'd take it all under advisement. And the thing is that you're trying to purchase that open lands for 6,000 houses for a little over $90 million. That's 1/4 the actual price for R2, PUD, R1, R3, R4 apartments, commercial, for development. And it will be under the master plan. And seeing as how it's over 300 acres, it can have a casino. Whether it might be not part of the master plan, because it's not on a major highway frontage. But what I'm talking about is that right in my neighborhood in the Southwest Valley, 94 or 2.5 acres was purchased for $1,250,000 by Rouhani. Now he's a player in land speculation and development.
He's going to be gone.
If you multiply that out across, now that's only zoned for RE, half-acre lots in the CMA zone.
Thank you so
RDA.
much. Your 2 minutes are up.
Now out here in the Northwest, under that agreement, if you just divide it back for the 2.5 acres into the over 900 acres, you get 4 times that amount, and that's just based on RE.
Thank
that
you
comes
very
out to
much.
$376,000. I mean, $376 million, not
Sir,
$94
your time
million.
has expired.
Just at RE. You're talking R 5.2 major minimum.
Sir, your time has
For the density.
expired. Thank you very
Now,
much.
based on those prices, he's still going to make a ton of money, even at $376 million.
Sir, your
But
time
you're direct purchasing,
what is it
and it's
about
not
your
under
time
a
has
bid,
expired that you don't understand?
which is required. Yeah. No, it hasn't.
Maybe not. Sir, your time has
2
expired.
minutes?
Yes. Thank you so much.
On the disc. You can call me anytime. Thank you, Council.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Mayor. I have 3 items that
Would you please identify
Sure.
yourself for the record?
Bryce Henderson, president of No Kill Las Vegas, resident of Las Vegas in Councilwoman Diaz's district. Would you allow me 3 minutes? I'm commenting on 3 separate items, and it's very difficult to get all of that in.
I will give you that leeway, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. First, I was quite surprised today to see the Animal Foundation items on the consent agenda. The city has a reputation for rubber stamping items relating to the Animal Foundation, and I don't see you could I've never seen that more clear than today, where there'll be no discussion on these votes. I've never seen that before with Animal Foundation votes, and I would encourage one of the council members to pull it from the consent agenda so it can be debated upon and voted on individually. Back in 2014, for reference, especially for the newer members, the Animal Foundation received $4.3 million from the municipalities while taking in 34,000 animals. Today, you're approving $11.4 million, yet they're taking in far fewer animals, 24,000 to be exact. So their intake went down 30%, yet their funding has gone up 265%. Now, normally the community would be thrilled if you're giving more money to shelter services, but when it's going towards an organization that has lost the faith of the community in an organization that's released thousands of unsterilized animals in the last few years into our community, we would rather see the money going towards rescue groups who stretch their dollars much further. The same rescue groups that bailed out the animal shelter during COVID and during one of their many outbreaks over the last few years. The Animal Foundation closing its doors due to mismanaged outbreaks has been one of our main complaints over the last few years. The city promised us they would make the Animal Foundation come up with emergency plans so that outbreaks would not result in partial closures of the shelter, putting them in violation of their contract. But instead, you know what your city managers did? In the new contract, for those of you who have not read it fully, they've created a clause that in the event of an outbreak, now the head shelter vet can close the shelter without violating their contract. So instead of forcing them to solve the problem, you're now giving them the approval to exacerbate it. Once again, the Animal Foundation's pulling strings at City Hall. As to the moratorium on new puppy store sales, I know you're not voting on that today, but it will be coming up for discussion.
And you will have an opportunity to comment on that when it's on the agenda.
Yes, well, if you're thinking of placating the animal community, you're mistaken. Allowing 10 to 12 puppy stores to continue in the city when Clark County, Reno, North Vegas have all banned them outright, that's not progress. What really disappoints me, though, is that former Councilman Seaman had told me, Mayor, that she had worked out an agreement with you to ban all of the stores within 90 days. And
this is not on the agenda, so you
it is on the agenda. It is on the agenda, and so it disappoints me that now that Mayor or Councilwoman Seaman's gone, that clause has also been removed. Finally, Mayor, back in February, you convinced your colleagues to vote no on an animal advisory committee because you promised you could have a better multi-jurisdictional one set up within 6 months. Well, here we are 8 months later, there's no multi-jurisdictional committee, and there's no city committee because you ask your members, your fellow colleagues, to vote it down. And what we see here today basically is more favors and political for your friends at the Animal Foundation, and while we're just continuing to get empty promises. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning. Patricia Reed, last name R-E-I-D. I ditto everything that Bryce has said. Madam Mayor, when I was last year in April, you had invited me to contact your office. The thing is that I didn't see a reason to, because you don't see what the problem is. You have created so much division within the animal community as a whole. I had to keep myself sane, concentrate more on Reba's case than all of this mess that we've got going on. The fact that you're going to give the Animal Foundation more money, okay, well, at least I know that within a couple of years, the county's going to help us and we're going to have something else to go on, so that will be crossed. So whatever we've got to do to help animals, I guess we have to do it. Another thing, there's just too much on here. The puppy stores, we need to go back, because this is a Goodman issue. You need to go back to when the mayor overturned everything that we had worked on for years. We only had 3 or 4 stores here. Let's go back to those original 3 or 4 stores, and all of those stores that left their county and went right into city limits to open while it was still legal, all of those stores need to be included in the ban. Thank you. Now, my final statement is completely unrelated to this, and it's about our replacement for Ward 2. Council, I would like everybody to disclose how long you've known each candidate and what your background is with them for the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to the council?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Will you state your name for the record?
Okay. My name is Eric.
Melchizedek Christ Nimrod. You can find my victorious twin brother Jesus Christ defeating death, the Roman cross, and poverty in the Gospels and Revelation 1:18 and Revelation 3:21. Good morning, beloved Mayor Shelley and all of you mighty council members. And tell Shannon thank you for her assistance.
I will.
All right. In Matthew 25:31, Christ teaches us that when you help the least of these, the homeless, the sick, and the prisoner, you are doing it to him. Agendas 11, the Animal Foundation, 12, 39, and 49 are very good about taking care of Father God's cats, dogs, and other cute creatures. And we all should take care of the homeless humans made in God's image, living in homeless shelters, caringly provided by the city of Las Vegas, which is a city of loving people. God is love. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and please state your name for the record.
My name is Joe Weber, and I want to talk about item 58, the Bruce Apartments. So I'm a homeowner in the vicinity of the project. I'm opposed to the project and have communicated that to you, Mayor Berkeley, and all the council members via email before this meeting and in responses to the city clerk's office. I also helped gather opposition petitions from the immediate area neighborhoods that have been emailed to Councilwoman Diaz's office. I'm opposed to the project because it's simply too big for the piece of land that sits there. The existing codes say it's too big for that piece of land. The Planning Commission staff report said it's too big for that piece of land. At least 123 neighborhood residents from 96 homes within or near the 1,000-foot radius of the project signed petitions saying it's too big for that piece of land. Existing parking space code requirements would require 29% more spaces than are planned, and that say it's too big for that piece of land. The project organizers are asking for your support for a variance to reduce the required parking spaces by saying that it's a strategic decision because all resident services are within walking distance or that there's RTC bus service nearby. However, the reality is what most everyone that lives near there for any length of time knows is that very few resident services are within walking distance and that the RTC is not a viable option for transportation. The organizers can say that the reduction is strategic, but I would contend that it's really just convenient because they know the project is too big for that piece of land.
Thank you so much.
I have a little more.
But you have no more time.
Okay.
You can wait for the discussion item.
Yeah.
when it
If
comes.
you would like to wait for the discussion item, you can speak again at that time.
Oh, very good. Okay.
All righty.
Thank you.
Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name's Joanna Weber. That's my husband that needs more time, which he could have had a few minutes of mine. I don't want to repeat myself. And Councilwoman Diaz has had emails from me and understands what my opposition is. I just wanted to say one more thing because we just were notified about the Cashman Field Center, which is right there and close. And we'll have all of that. We're going to have so much housing. And I know, the city needs that, and that makes us feel good, but we already have Cashman. We have Desert Pines working in the same neighborhood. We have the little tiny houses that are going in at Ciro's and 21st Street, and we have Symphony Park going on. There's plenty around here, and piling it all into that one little neighborhood just doesn't, he was supposed to leave me the petitions. These folks don't want it. And one more thing is these folks felt like, as Griselle will tell you maybe, that their voice would not be heard. They would sign but say they're going to do what they want anyway. And it's disappointing to me that that may be true. And, you know, these folks really did expect you guys to do the right thing. So that's all I'm asking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Grisel Benitez. I live at 833 North 18th Street. I strongly oppose the Bruce Apartments proposal, agenda item 58. Most of the notices for this project were only sent in English, even though the majority of our neighbors are Spanish-speaking Latinos. Because of this, many families were unaware of the proposal until I went door to door to inform them. The lack of bilingual outreach has left our community at a disadvantage and excluded from a process that should involve everyone. This project will overcrowd our neighborhood with 6 three-story buildings on a very small lot. It will increase traffic, worsen parking, and invade the privacy of our nearby families. Our schools, especially Hallie Hudson, are already over capacity. The developer is requesting several variances. That means this project does not fit within the existing rules or the character of the neighborhood. Exceptions like this should not be granted when they harm the residents who already live here. Traffic safety is also a major concern. More cars means more congestion at Bruce, Harris, Bonanza, and Washington, where children walk to school and wait for buses. Overflow parking will spill into our streets, blocking visibility and making it dangerous for drivers, pedestrians, and even emergency vehicles. We are not against growth. We are asking for a responsible growth. For this reason, I respectfully ask you to deny the proposal and its variances.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
My name is Mariola Latowska. I foster for a local rescue. I'm here today to urge you to ban the retail of puppies in Las Vegas. Across the country, cities and states are recognizing that pet stores are a direct pipeline from Midwest puppy mills. In the same way that we screen our adopters or local rescues, reputable breeders want to know where their puppies will be going to, so no reputable, ethical breeder would ever sell to a pet store. Buying a puppy at one of these stores is nothing but a financial transaction where the buyer is misled into thinking they're getting a healthy, well-bred dog. We know from recent investigations that our puppy stores source from awful puppy mills. These are large-scale commercial breeding facilities. And under USDA standards, these dogs are often confined in cramped wire cages that only need to be 6 inches larger than their bodies. This is how they live their whole life. They are bred with little regard for their health, leading to sick puppies that are shipped all over the country. Just recently, a neighbor here in Vegas reached out to me for advice after she bought a parvo-positive puppy from Petland. They gave her a clean bill of health and refused to take any accountability for the emotional distress that they caused and the thousands of dollars in vet bills that resulted. By keeping these puppy stores open, we are allowing poorly bred, often sick puppies to be shipped into our city while we are already in a massive crisis. There are more puppies in our shelters and rescues right now than I've ever seen. Families who want to adopt can still find wonderful pets through local shelters, rescues, and responsible breeders. The current ordinance that is suggested is unacceptable. It's time to put compassion above profit, and it needs to be rewritten so that all of the puppy stores are banned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Melanie Shane, hysterical animal advocate, as I believe you mentioned in your recent press conference. So as far as the shelter is concerned, we're up against a rock and a hard place. And I want everyone to know that we're not against the shelter. We want them to follow their contract and uphold the information that's placed in there that they're supposed to follow. So obviously no one is willing to take over. So I get that. But with that being said, who is going to hold the shelter accountable to upholding that contract moving forward? Why is it okay for any animal to walk out under the guise of a foster to adopt without being fixed? No animal should leave that facility unfixed unless for medical, pulled by a rescue, or if they're too young to be spayed and neutered. I would also be curious to know, since you said you looked at the records, what percentage had not been fixed, from how long ago, what action was taken by the shelter other than a phone call or a letter. I have personally spoken to several people who have had their dogs for sometimes a year or more as either a foster or an adopter with no contact from the shelter. Like, no contact in a year at all, no follow-up. They don't even know where that foster dog is. So how is that, so you mentioned that the shelter moving forward is no kill. How is that supposed to happen when animals are being let out unfixed with minimal follow-up, increasing the animal overpopulation? Like, that doesn't make sense. The shelter cannot manage and or control following up with hundreds of animals going out their door every single month unfixed, regardless of the label that it's under. And to Bryce's point, where is the plan B or C when the shelter closes down? Animal control telling the public to let the animal go on the street or forcing the public to take an unknown dog into their home is not the answer. You're putting the public at risk, unknown behavior of a dog or potential disease, and it's just irresponsible. It is their job as an open shelter, as you stated, to take in animals. And if you're going to close, you need to have a plan B or a plan C. As far as puppy stores are concerned, again, where's the follow-up on puppy stores, spay or neuter? Because I just took in 2 dogs that were unfixed that were bought at puppy stores.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that would like to address the City Council? In that case, we will move on to agenda item number 8. For possible action, any items from the 9:30 a.m. session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 44R-68-2025, abeyance to the November 5th, 2025 City Council meeting. This is requested by staff. Item 5725-0046, SDR1. Applicant owner is Good Cluck West LLC on 1.69 acres at the southeast corner of Martin Luther King Boulevard and Cary Avenue. Abeyance request by the applicant to the October 15th, 2025 City Council meeting. 63A through 63C, 25-0016, VAR1, SUP1, and SDR1. Applicant owner is Bonanza Auto Plaza LLC et al. On 2.09 acres at 4561 and 4565 East Bonanza Road. There's an abeyance request by the applicant to the October 15th, 2025 City Council meeting. Item 68, 25-0179 DAR1. Applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas, the Charleston Special Area Plan. There's an abeyance request by staff to the November 5th, 2025 City Council meeting. And item 69, 25-0285 DIR1. Applicant owner is City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency. Review of a preliminary plan for consideration of redevelopment area 3. There's a table requested by staff. That'll be my motion.
Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item number 9, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the August 20th, 2025 regular City Council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item 10. This item is being trailed to be heard after agenda item 43. Agenda item 11. Items number 11 through 40 are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the City Council wishes to bring forward? Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the consent agenda for items 11 through 40?
Move to approve items 11 through 40.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item 42. Discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of an interim city council member for Ward 2 for the following finalists: Serena Kasama, Kara Kelly, Tom Warden, $108,900 from the general fund, Ward 2. Mr. Zamora.
Real quick, I think we need to read this because we're going out of order. So it's this bottom part.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, where was that? Okay, oh, I see, okay. Mr. Zamora, before you proceed, I should we're changing the agenda item order in order to accommodate our guests. So having said that, please proceed.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Vince Zamora, Human Resources Director. I wanted to take a little bit of time to provide a recap for you relative to the process that we went through for you and for those in attendance and those viewing on our KCLV TV. On September 3rd, 2025, you directed Human Resources to conduct a recruitment for the caretaker interim city council member. The eligibility requirements that were provided to us by both our city clerk as well as our city attorney indicated that the individuals must be residents within the city of Las Vegas, Ward 2, that they must be a qualified elector, and must acknowledge on the public record that the appointment is temporary and agree not to seek election to the position in the municipal election in 2026. The recruitment process, as we went through, on September 3rd, the job position opened. On September 5th, the position closed at 5 p.m. 57 applications were received, 17 were deemed ineligible, and they did not meet the Ward 2 residency requirements. On September 6th, the 40 applications, resumes, were forwarded to Mayor and Council for their individual review and ranking. And then on September 7th through 8th, Mayor and Council individually submitted their top 3 in ranking order to Human Resources staff. On September 8th, based on the rankings, Human Resources staff forwarded the names of the 3 finalists to the city clerk for this particular agenda. On September 17th, City Council will now be in the position to go ahead and hear from the finalists and make your determination. With that, I'm open to any questions, and if not, we can proceed with the finalists coming up for their 3-minute presentations in alphabetical order.
Yes. Do any of our council members have any questions at this juncture? All right, thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
We would now invite our 3 finalist applicants to come and make a 3-minute presentation to the City Council. Since we're going alphabetically, Serena Kasama, would you please join us at the podium? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the council, my sincere thanks for your consideration. My name is Serena Kasama, located at 2708 Bay Cliff Court, Las Vegas. I'm honored to be one of the finalists, and my wish is to help the city as a good interim steward and caretaker. With that, I'll say a little bit about myself. My parents and I moved to Las Vegas in December of 2002, and I've been proud to call Las Vegas home ever since. I did go to middle school and high school at Faith Lutheran. I went on to then get my college degrees in finance and economics. I worked in the real estate industry. However, the reason I believe I am most qualified for this position is my current position as Vice Chair of the Las Vegas Planning Commission. I am the current Vice Chair, and it's been a privilege to serve with my Chair, Jennifer Taylor, as well as the tremendous staff at the City of Las Vegas. I believe it is in the best interest of the city and its constituents that the one appointed is able to hit the ground running with as seamless of a transition as possible. My time on the commission has allowed me to familiarize myself with this institution and the hardworking people that are a part of it. I cherish both Ward 2 and this great city. I fully support the city's 2050 master plan and would love to assist in the implementation. I'd also like to collaborate and work with each one of you as best as I can in the good work you are doing in all of your wards, from the support in the historic West Side in Ward 5 to La Madre Foothills in Ward 4, to the Medical District in Ward 1, to the Arts District and the redevelopment of the East Side in Ward 3, as well as Kyle Canyon in Ward 6. So I'd like to support and help local businesses as well in Ward 2, help guide the development of infill projects to remain harmonious and compatible with the community, and to assist in the needs of the constituents. I know that public service is not easy, and I promise to be fully present and available. I remember speaking to one elected official who said words that stick with me to this day. We aren't put in these positions to have things be easy. We are here to make the tough decisions that we know to be the right ones. I would hope to live up to that spirit and be a dedicated public servant until the people are able to have their voice be heard and elect a new representative for Ward 2. It has been a privilege to serve on the Planning Commission, and it would be a privilege to continue that service. My sincere thanks once again.
Thank you so much. And now we'd like to hear from Kara Kelly. Would you please join us at the podium? Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being here, for having me here. Also, I'm thrilled to be part of one of the finalists in this process, and most especially being invited to address you this morning. I have a quintessential Las Vegas story. My family came out here in 1955, 50,000 people here, and I was born 10 years-ish later, Sunrise Hospital. And my family is much like families who came here at this time and come here today. They were looking for opportunity, and they found it. They found it in the service industry, in the hospitality industry, as maids, as bartenders, as waiters and waitresses or servers. I was able to grow up here and also be a proud product of the public education system. Graduated high school at Valley High School, go Vikings, and also I'm a proud graduate of UNLV. That blue-collar heritage of mine taught me a lot of fundamental things that shaped my values. The value of hard work, the value of giving back, the value of leaving things and what you do better than when you left them. And my community service started very early. It started at home with my mother and my grandmother when we would go do things. And my mom would take me to whatever she was involved in. She played softball, and I was selling sodas and candies. I think I was probably about 10. So that was really part of my early learning. And as I grew, I was in student government in high school, student government in college, a girl after the mayor's heart, and I also was able to buy my first house in my late 20s, something that is very difficult to do now. I was the first female and youngest person ever appointed as the chief operating officer and the chief executive officer of the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. And now I'm vice chair of the Colorado River Commission. During my career, I've built coalitions, and I'm very proud of certain accomplishments, one of which is early on, I worked with the AFL-CIO and other important parties to convince the public to increase the sales tax by 25 cents. That received 74% of the positive vote from the voters. And that is a great accomplishment. And at the time, it was for a second straw out of Lake Mead. And now that money has funded a third straw and a fourth straw and continues to create that infrastructure, the critical infrastructure we need for water. I've also been proud to I've served the state of Nevada in various roles since the late 90s, including...
Thank you so much. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Warden, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, good morning, Mayor and members of the council. I want to thank everybody here for your service to the city, but also personally thank you for being included in this group of finalists. I saw the list of people who made the application. I think we all did, and there were some really good applicants. I think that says a lot about Ward 2. And certainly, given the quality of my two colleagues here, I know that whatever happens here today, Ward 2 is going to be in good hands. The word caretaker, though, is what really is the focus for me. I see this as an opportunity to make sure Ward 2 stays strong and that it's in really good shape when it's turned over to whomever wins the election cycle next year. My qualifications would include 25 years with the Howard Hughes Corporation. Over that time, for most of it, I was the community relations and government affairs person there. And that put me out in the community. It put me out talking to different groups, neighbors, HOAs, citizen groups. And in doing so, you learn to listen, identify what the issues are, and then work with them, trying to find a collaborative solution. Other part of my job was government affairs, and that afforded me the opportunity to sit at the planning table for this community of Summerlin. And man, did I learn a lot by the professional planners of Summerlin. I learned all about land development and everything starting all the way back to the original development agreement signed by the city and Howard Hughes, all the way forward to today, use permits, waivers, everything in between. And I think all of that helps to stand me in good stead to basically hit the ground running for a job like this. Before my years in Summerlin, I was public communication director for Clark County. Yes, I was the David Riggleman for the county. David is a good friend of mine. We go way back, and as a matter of fact, like David, I am also a recovering TV newsman. So we have a good, long history of friendship. My work, I wanted to mention also with the nonprofits is something I wanted to say, and that is I've served on a good number of boards over the years here in Las Vegas. Vegas PBS, Nature Conservancy, School Community Partnership Council, YMCA, Get Outdoors Nevada, many others. That's a great way to see the fine work that's being done by the nonprofits. Bottom line for me is that this would be the honor of a lifetime. And for me, this would cap my 36-year career here in Las Vegas. Thank you so much for the consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I'd now like to go to questions or comments by the members of the City Council. And Ms. Bruni, I think we'll start with you. All right, thank you. Ms. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No doubt this has not been an easy task to embark on as a council member. Just want to say thank you to everyone who expressed a desire to serve. Public service is not for those that are weary at heart. So thank you. I want to let the public know that this council took this very seriously. We vetted the 40 applicants in the beginning thoroughly. It took about 4 to 5 hours out of my life to ensure that I read resumes and I read everything that was being conveyed as to why they sought this Ward 2 office. Abundantly clear, everyone's heart is in the right place, and I thank the 3 finalists. You know, it's always difficult to weigh the pros and the cons and figure out the best person to inherit the reins of the Ward 2 and take care of it while the 26th election is underway and then they get elected, whether it be the primary or the general. We don't know at this juncture. But something that I was looking in this candidate for the Ward 2 office was someone with a huge level of Las Vegas that I think all of my colleagues and I have, the determination and determination and tenacity to do what's best, not just for the ward, but for the entire city moving forward, because it does take all of the council to make things happen. And I think one thing that weighed heavily was, you know, making sure that we were prudent and we ensured that Ward 2 had a responsive council member also in between. So again, thank you all for applying. Thank you for being willing to step up. And I look forward to working with the next Ward 2 representative, depending on how the vote goes here with my colleagues.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I wanted to just address some of the criticisms that have come forth over the last couple of weeks. So one is the timeline. So if we were to do an election, because that was one of the criticisms, is if we spend $500,000 for an election. $800,000. It's a lot. It would put us at Christmas time of when that election would be over, and filing starts again for that election in March. And so it just didn't seem prudent. And so that was one of the biggest considerations for me, is just trying to be as fiscally conservative as we can. We had 40 awesome applicants. The criticism came in today is, how well do we know you? For the 3 up here, I would consider my relationship somewhat superficial. For about 20 people on the list, I had much deeper relationships. So much like Councilwoman Diaz, we spent a considerable amount of time looking through what are the qualities that we're looking for. And for me, there was about 20 really, really qualified people that could have easily filled this spot. I was able to narrow it down to 6, and I sent in 6 names saying I'm okay with any of these 6. Because the things that I was looking for was, one is, do you live in the ward? Are you breathing? Those are the most 2 important things. Third is like, how well do you know the ward? How well are you familiar with the city of Las Vegas, familiar with other government entities, and not going to be completely shocked and scared by sitting up here and having people scream and yell at you, frankly. But the most important thing for me really was the kind, committed, and smart. Those are the values of the organization. And frankly, in the last representative, we didn't have that. And so I was looking for someone who could sit with this council, be kind, committed, and smart, agree to disagree, but do so in a respectful way, treat staff respectfully and kindly, and treat constituents with honesty and transparency. So those are the qualities that I looked for. Any one of you, I'd be happy to vote for. You're all amazing candidates and would serve Ward 2 well and would serve our community well. So I'm grateful for the fact that you're sitting up here today. But kind, committed, and smart is what I stuck to. So thank you for being that.
Thank you so much. Ms. Polensky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I, too, would like to thank the entire group of 57 applicants who are largely caring individuals who put their names forward to serve as a Ward 2 caretaker. In front of me, I've put the applications of all the people who came forth. Your city council had a call out to the people of Ward 4 to come before us and to volunteer their time and efforts. And Ward 2, you've responded in spades, and I thank you for that. Being willing to take on this task as an interim councilperson speaks volume of your commitment to service and clearly demonstrates your willingness to work on behalf of your neighbors. Today, we are fortunate that the 3 candidates before us, each wholly and completely qualified to assume the role. I have no doubt about the integrity of all 3 of them. All 3 have pledged in writing and verbally not to run for this position in 2026. I believe each of them to be honorable people of their word. Madam Mayor, I'm going to refrain from my continued remarks and let you know that I'm prepared to make a motion whenever you're ready to entertain a motion.
Ms. Polensky, if you don't mind, we'll have the rest of the City Council comment, and then I will entertain your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Of course.
Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the 3 candidates for taking the time to meet with me. I'm new at this job, as you well know, but not new to public service. And I think for me, the newbie, but also representing one of the communities in the redevelopment agency area and a community that's older, we know what it means to have the necessity to have good leadership. A good partner, someone who's going to put in the hours and make sure that you are boots on the ground in a community and helping the others throughout the city ensure that the entire city of Las Vegas is represented. You were all very impressive. Thank you for taking time to meet with me, and I think that we will do our best to make a good decision today, and not just for Ward 2, but for the entire city of Las Vegas.
Well, I want to welcome the applicants. I, too, was very impressed by the quality of the applicants who applied for this caretaker responsibility. When I originally heard the word caretaker, I thought it was something like you're holding the place but not really doing anything. That is not the case. This is a very active city council. Everybody, and I'm new too, but the thing that has impressed me the most by my colleagues is their extraordinary commitment to public service. I've dedicated my life to public service, and I take it very seriously, and I take my responsibility seriously as a public servant. I say that commitment, I would say without fear of contradiction, is easily matched by every member of the City Council. So we took our responsibility very seriously as we reviewed all the applications. The final applicants, I think, were the cream of the crop, and I believe that we all collectively believe that any one of you would be a wonderful addition to the City Council. I appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem mentioning why we're not doing a special election, aside for the time constraint. And again, we would not have a decision until December. It's also an extraordinary cost at a time that we're all tightening our belts. But I don't think, even with an election, we could have done better than the candidates that are sitting here today. And I want to thank you all. As far as the question is, our relationships, I will state without fear of contradiction that I have known Tom and Cara for the better part of my life. I cannot tell you when we met or how we met. It's just a given that we have known each other for many, many years. Serena and I became acquainted when I was running Touro University, and I remember being wildly impressed with her. And I'm a great fan of your mother, so please tell her that from me. So I am just delighted with the caliber and quality of the people that have applied and that are our finalists. And at this time, I will entertain that motion, Ms. Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is one candidate uniquely situated to hit the ground running as a council person. Commissioner Kasama is soon approaching her third year seated on our Planning Commission. Well versed in making the very difficult land use decisions we do every day in this building, and on a first name basis with many of our staff members. She would need minimal onboarding and would make the most of the very limited time available to the caretaker. In every way, she appropriately reflects the people of Ward 2. Raised in the ward, and even a graduate of the local high school, Faith Lutheran. Her ancestry would mark another council first. She would be the first Japanese-American council person to serve on this esteemed body. Madam Mayor, I move to elevate City of Las Vegas Planning Commissioner Serena Kasama to the Ward 2 vacancy as caretaker and councilwoman.
Thank you so much. Shall we vote? Please post. Your motion fails.
Madam Mayor, I do have another motion to make
Ms.
for the
Diaz?
council to entertain. Oh, do you need to make comments? I was just going to make a comment. Go ahead. I'll let our colleague make a comment before my motion.
Thank you. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I think we had 57 amazing applicants, so personally narrowing down the applicant pool was hard for me because I know many of them, and I think the three finalists, as everybody has said, could easily step in. The person that really struck me is actually the person that I know least well. And what struck me about the candidate is they have been a lifelong non-registered or nonpartisan person, which I think reflects where we are as a valley. And I think that what I love about the City Council is truly we have worked together in a very nonpartisan manner. We all put the City of Las Vegas first, and so this person has been a nonpartisan since they've been old enough to vote. The second thing that struck me is in talking to the person, they shared that their hope. We've been talking a lot about being a caretaker, but they said something when we were in an interview with them in which they shared, I want the people of Ward 2 to hope to be able to say at the end of this period that they have been represented. And that really struck me because I think we've been thinking about someone just as a caretaker, maybe not being as engaged, kind of staying the course. And so this person really sort of suggested that they're really going to be there representing the people of Ward 2 so that those people feel like they've truly have not missed a beat and have had good representation. And finally, the person is willing to take this on full time, which I think a lot of us came into this role thinking maybe we could have a side gig or keep teaching, but really this is a full-time job, even beyond that, because it's 24/7 answering emails and calls at 10 p.m. or 7 a.m. And so the person I would like to nominate is Kara Kelly because she has said that she would do this full-time, is a nonpartisan, which I think reflects the sentiment of the Valley and Ward 2, and truly is willing to make sure the residents are represented.
Thank you so much, and I will now entertain your motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just also want to clarify, since some people said about the length and breadth of time that they've known the candidates, I think I know Tom Warden going back because of how long I've been on the council. That's kind of where our path started to cross. Then Serena came on board with Planning Commission 3 years ago, and Kara Kelly is the least well-known commodity to me. And so with that, I'm going to move to appoint Kara Kelly to the Ward 2 caretaker role on behalf of their residents.
All right, thank you so much. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Congratulations, Kara. Yes. Thank you all very, very much. We appreciate your commitment to our community. Kara, I'm going to put you on the spot. Would you like to say a few words?
Can I say one thing?
Madam
Mayor, real quick, and I apologize. There's some parents in the audience, and I think you should be incredibly proud. Absolutely so proud. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm so glad you made those comments because I have a parent listening from another state, so thank you very much. I appreciate Councilwoman Brune, the comments that you made because the service part is very important to me, and I am going to be dedicating most of my time to serving this ward. I want to thank you all for your vote of confidence, and I completely echo. I met Serena for the first time today, but Tom and I have known each other, I think, 35 years. I first met him when I was the Ned Day Memorial Scholarship winner, and I was able to intern at Channel 8, and Tom was there. I am honored to be amongst this group and humbled by your vote of confidence in me. And I stand ready to help and with ears open so that you can write me when I'm still trying to find the bathroom. So I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now, just for your own frame of reference, you will be sworn in at the special city council meeting on September 30th.
Okay.
30th. And you are welcome to bring friends and family with you at that time to watch the swearing in.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, and thank you again, Kara. We're all looking forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
We will now move to agenda item 43. Discussion for possible action to designate municipal court marshal as a critical labor shortage position for a 2-year period beginning September 18th, 2025 through September 17th, 2027. This affects all wards. Oh, hello. Please identify yourself for the record.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, council members. For the record, Sue Brown, Human Resources Deputy Director. So the item before you today is a request for us to designate the municipal court marshal position as a critical labor shortage position. To provide a little bit of background, a critical labor shortage, or CLS, designation would allow a PERS retiree to return to work in a CLS position and collect a paycheck without jeopardizing their retirement benefits. Under NRS 286.523, CLS determinations must first be discussed in an open meeting by the designating authority. If it's approved, we will submit the information to PERS, and the designation will remain valid for 2 years. And as a reminder, the municipal court marshal position was previously already approved as a CLS position in August 2023, so this is a renewal. As you can see in the backup materials, municipal court marshals are Category 1 peace officers. And one of the challenges that we face is how long it takes to recruit, select, and train the new employee. The recruitment process includes a full background investigation, medical examination, physical agility testing, polygraph, drug testing, and psychological suitability assessment. On average, a full recruitment cycle takes about 6 to 8 months. Once the person is hired, the new recruit must also complete a 6-month academy followed by 27 weeks of field training before they can fully serve as a court marshal. So a CLS designation would allow us the flexibility to quickly hire somebody to fill the gaps while we continue with the long-term recruitment goals. And with that, I'll hand it over to Hans.
So,
would you identify yourself for the record?
Yeah, my name is Hans Jessup. I'm the court administrator for the municipal court. Council members and mayor, thank you for having us over here. This is an item that really bolsters our ability to continue to recruit and fully staff the municipal court. It is supported by myself and our chief judge, who's here with us as well, and we would encourage your support of this effort.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from members of the city council? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just curious if you have an idea as to how long we're going to have this designation, and if there's anything else. Oh yeah, but beyond the 2 years, because this is our second time of doing that. So if there's anything else we need to do beyond what's currently happening now.
So I'll answer that. Strategically, this is for us another arrow in our quiver when we run into the inability to fill these positions. Our last recruit that we were able to run through wasn't able to complete the academy, and so now we have almost a year's gap to re-recruit for that position and ultimately fill a position. So this gives us that arrow in the quiver. That's kind of a non-answer for you, but our hope is that if we run into those types of situations in the future, that this is another arrow in our quiver that we can bring back before the city council and utilize when that need arises.
I think a better way for me to ask the question is, are there other arrows in the quiver that you need?
I think this is it. There's ongoing negotiations and things of that nature, but this is that quiver that we would need to keep ourselves fully staffed in that position.
Any other? Yes.
Thank you for being here. Can you, can you explain or just tell us how many folks on your staff are previous law enforcement who are in retirement?
Through you, Mayor, at this time, none. Municipal Court Marshal did receive designation as a CLS position 2 years ago, but so far we have not had to use it. This renewal will allow us the flexibility to use it if we need to.
Thank you. That's good to know.
Okay, we're good. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, can we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay, shall we vote? Please post. Motion carried. Oh, did you want to change that?
Yes, I'm sorry. Ms. Lynn, can we please change my vote to affirmative? That finger did that.
You have to do it on your mic.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now hear agenda item 10. Discussion for possible action regarding the annual review of City Manager Mike Jansen. Mr. Jansen.
Good morning, Mayor Berkeley, members of City Council, Mike Jansen, City Manager. Let me start off by saying a year ago I was here and I told City Council then that that was the fastest year of my life. And I will tell you that this year was even faster. And the reason for that speed of a year is because what we accomplish as a team on a daily, weekly, monthly basis is incredible. I will tell you this is not a job for the faint of heart, but I will also tell you this is a job that is incredibly rewarding. And what I'll share with you today is what I think are some of the really rewarding things that we as a city have been able to accomplish as a team. And I'll tell you, no city can accomplish things without a great team. I had our finance team run a quick report yesterday. I wanted to know how many employees were working for the city as of yesterday, and the number was 3,562 employees. What I'll tell you is our accomplishments start with every level of the city, from our hourly employees to our entry-level employees, our supervisors, our managers, our directors, the city manager's office, the city attorney, the city auditor, and all of you. We accomplish things because we have a great team. And so with that setting the table for today's presentation, I want to start off with really try to look at the last year in review, and so many good things I could bring to you. I could probably have a list of top 100, but I said for time's sake, here's the top 25 that I think happened this past year in review. This time last year, I was sitting here, I completed my eval last year, and later in that agenda was an item to move the Las Vegas Museum of Art forward, a $200 million investment, 90,000 square foot museum, and that project was formally moved forward with the transfer of city-owned land in Symphony Park. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this particular project in some upcoming slides, but to me, that was a really big day for us. A few weeks later, we had another incredibly big day for us. We were notified of an award of $50 million in partnership with the Housing Authority for a Choice Neighborhood Grant awarded by HUD that's going to help fund 627 new affordable and market rate housing units as part of an overall $326 million redevelopment of Marble Manor. That was one of those projects where everyone at the federal, state, and local level came together, and we presented to the HUD team. We told them how important this project was to our community, and lo and behold, some time later, we were notified, we like your project too, we like your team, we're going to support you on this. So a really big day for our community. Another big milestone that came up later in that month, we were notified by the U.S. Department of Treasury that we were going to be allocated $60 million in new market tax credits secured by our Economic and Urban Development Department for what's known as our Las Vegas Community Investment Corporation. We had not gotten any new market tax credits since 2018, so this was a significant moment for the city. These are dollars that are very important for the stacking on a project. They're part of the capital stack that oftentimes can make a project happen or not. A few weeks later, we had another significant day really tied to our Civic Plaza project, where we brought to you a Chamber of Commerce long-term lease. As we know, the Chamber of Commerce represents businesses. Businesses are the lifeblood of our community, and it's great to have our neighbor across the street in Civic Plaza Building 2 with the Las Vegas Chamber representing, I think right now, it's over 6,000 businesses. A couple months later, we had a really big item here. I spent a lot of hours working with Councilwoman Polinsky on this particular project. This is the Sky Summit Development Agreement with Olympia Homes. I'll talk a little bit more about this project in an upcoming slide, but the key points are 3,500 new homes are going to be coming to about 500 acres in an area of Ward 4 that has very significant infrastructure challenges. This project at build-out is going to have an impact on our community of about $3 billion. Another significant moment in time for us was bringing forward a 2-year CEA contract representing our largest bargaining unit, 1,211 employees. That contract was ratified. A few months later, our next largest contract came before you. That's a 2-year contract with Las Vegas Fire and Rescue representing 711 of our employees. Maybe the biggest moment in time for the city this past year happened on the 19th of March, and that is when the Badlands litigation was officially over and done with. And with that completion of that litigation was a redevelopment of the old golf course by Lennar that'll be bringing 1,480 homes to that redeveloped course, with that master plan's economic impact at build-out exceeding over $1 billion. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this in an upcoming slide. Again, I want to take a moment just to recognize this project. I was lucky enough to be on the RFP to consider proposals for this piece of land. And in that RFP, Elaine Wynn came in and explained to our team her vision for this project. And I can only tell you the team was stunned and just so appreciative of the work that her and her team did to bring this project to us. It's going to be something else. I mentioned the Choice Neighborhood Grant, and on our agenda today was a supporting item where we are participating in this project with some green space. That's the green space you see right here. This is looking at the redeveloped Marble Manor concept approximately at J Street and Washington. The city has a very important piece of this project. Again, a great partnership. It's going to be just overall a tremendous project for our community. Talk a little bit about that Sky Canyon project, and as you see, this is at the most western edge of the city. It's way up along, essentially right up against Red Rock National Conservation Area. And what these developers are going to do is they're going to spend an awful lot of money to bring infrastructure to make this project a reality. But it's going to be a really nice project with a 20-acre park, with some supportive commercial, and some really nice housing units that are going to continue to meet the needs of our community. This next one here, the Badlands litigation, the closure of that, but the flip side of it is this project by Lennar. And what I want to point out here is 250 acres of land that really did nothing for us for a really long time is now going to have an economic impact of over $1 billion. This project has no commercial associated with it. And what that means is all of the commercial developments that are on the other side of the street in what's known as Boca Park, they are going to have thousands of new customers, and how wonderful that is for new neighbors in the neighborhood having great services across the street where they can help them out. A couple more milestones to point out. March 19th, we had an auction that secured a $36 million bid from Lennar for Cashman Field to bring what we believe will be somewhere around 1,500 units of workforce housing. And their master plan at that level is going to have an impact exceeding $650 million. And point out, this would be for a redeveloped Cashman Field as well as the adjacent Grant Sawyer State Office complex. Lennar also has an option to buy that property with the state. And I know Lennar has been working diligently trying to get a plan that meets the needs of the city, addresses Councilwoman Summers Armstrong's. I know you guys had a good meeting, and they are on target to have a plan that they'll bring back that we want to try to get them on the October Planning Commission, because the closure of this property is dependent really on the entitlements that would go with both sites. I have to point out April 30th. I think it's fair to say Mayor Berkeley's first State of the City address held in Reynolds Hall was a rousing success. We had not had an off-site State of the City as long as I can remember, and kudos to our communications team, our special events team, and the entire Smith Center team. It was a really enjoyable night. In May, we had a 3-year franchise agreement that came before you with AMR, and that had significant changes to help us see improved response times, including the addition of BLS units. And I know we had a lot of dialogue on these BLS units, but the most important part of that is these units are in addition to and not in lieu of the ILS and ALS units. They're focused on those lower acuity calls. The call I like to share is where fire department gets a call and there's an individual in a handicapped chair and the battery went out. That is a call for lower acuity needs. And as Chief Gray has been keeping you notified month to month, we've had some very solid improvements from AMR as it relates to response times. 521 Workforce Connections. If you've met Jaime Cruz, he's your friend for life from when you meet him. Jaime is a terrific leader for Workforce Connections. They will be our neighbor across the street also in a long-term lease, bringing another great tenant to Civic Plaza. June 3rd is an important day for our state. Sine die of the 83rd legislative session. It ended with the city having what I would say was a very successful session, with most issues of primary importance having a good outcome. Not all of them, but most of them. And a couple of the big ones were a way for us to support more redevelopment on transit-oriented corridors. A lot of discussion we talked about on Medicaid reimbursement for a recuperative care center, funding related to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, as well as our transportation funding. July 16th, we were here with Nevada State University's team. Another big day for us to move the downtown campus lease agreement forward to bring a juvenile allied health education center and clinic to the medical district. On that same agenda, another really big project for our city, one we've been working on for a while, one that was definitely tricky. Desert Pines Redevelopment moves forward with the developer MBS bringing 1,500 affordable and market rate homes to a redeveloped golf course. That master plan is going to have an economic impact that build out over $600 million. And I'll talk a little bit about that on an upcoming slide. And here is that slide. So we're all familiar with the old Desert Pines golf course. This project is going to meet so many needs for the community. And up in the upper right corner, you'll see that not apart. I'll point out what that not apart is our next Education and Training Center partnership with CSN. That is going to be the East Las Vegas Education and Training Center. And I'm extremely happy to announce that just yesterday, we were notified that we're getting a $5 million grant from the EDA. And again, that's the whole team just got behind that project, and another great win. But bottom line is this is going to be a terrific project for the city, a terrific project for Ward 3. Continuing down through the year on what's been happening, July 28th, a really big day for the city. That's when S&P affirmed our bond rating, AA+, signifying the city's strong financial health and proactive financial management. Without that bond rating, when we issue a bond for parks, for sewers, for roads, you name it, we'd be paying a whole lot more in interest. And so that was a really important day for our team, and kudos to our CFO and our entire finance team for showing S&P how well we work to ensure that our finances are where they need to be. Just not too long ago, July 30th, we had a groundbreaking for a 500-space Arts District garage. Without that garage, continued development can't happen. It's a huge piece of the puzzle. I'll say a few words about that on an upcoming slide. On August 6th, another really big day for us, a project we've been working on for many, many years. The purchase and sale agreement was approved to move the Upper Las Vegas Wash project with Olympia forward. That project would bring 6,000 new homes with a master plan economic impact at build-out exceeding $5 billion. On August 12th, we went live with a $10 million Biohealth Innovation Challenge that's been launched to establish and operate a biosciences incubator lab in the medical district. Very exciting moment for us to make that commitment from our redevelopment agency, put that awareness out there to businesses across the world that are in this space as a way to see that expansion into the medical district. On August 14th, it's another really big day for the city. What's known as Zone 2 of Area 15 opens at what I call the entertainment campus of Area 15. The Fisher family has referred to that site similarly. Over 15 million visitors have arrived in less than 5 years since it opened. And if you remember all the land where Area 15 was, I got to tell you, there wasn't much happening over there. This has been a really significant project for the city. On the 18th, another project we collectively worked with the state on, and that is our recuperative care center expansion project. It broke ground. It's going to bring 76 beds and will also provide for a second floor mental health unit space. August 27th was a really special day for the city, a project we started 4 years ago. I have to mention two names, John Edmonds and Dr. Saragosa. 4 years ago, it was just a line in the sand, a concept, an idea, and we opened it up, and this facility for many, many years to come will be training and educating so many of our citizens. September 4th was another big day for us this year, a project that's been also been in the works for many, many years. That's when Civic Center Plaza was officially opened, completing our City Hall campus. And as we discussed that day, that is a campus that took many, many years to realize, but we got it done. This one here is a kind of a capture of 9/4/24 through 9/4/25, $41.4 million in federal grant awards in that period, including a $19 million SNPMA grant. As we've seen over the years, when a new administration comes in at the federal level, that first year of their administration is not necessarily the best year for getting grants, because it takes a while for all the new leadership to get into their roles and start rolling out the opportunities for federal grants. I think year 2, year 3 of that administration will have a whole lot more chances to try to bring that federal fund up. I'll mention a little bit on this SNPMA grant in a few. 9.8, something that is really important for us. It's an investment in our employees. We brought on board our behavioral health clinician. This is a pilot position. This is a position that we heard from Sheriff McMahill how well these clinicians have been able to help his staff deal with various things in life that happens on jobs that certainly have their share of trauma. This behavioral health clinician is going to join our existing 3 behavioral health administrators, and it's just really furthering the wellness program investments for all of our city staff. I mentioned that Arts District garage. I will tell you, when we do a garage, there's a lot of ways to do a garage. This was one where we work closely with the community, with the artists. This is going to have space for artists. It's going to have all kinds of murals and art features that really makes it fit in well to the Arts District. But what it's really going to do is it's going to allow some of those lots today that are paved to go vertical. And so again, it's a partnership with the community. I mentioned the Upper Las Vegas Wash project, not an easy project in any way, shape, or form, but again, with a long-term partnership with Olympia, this is going to be a great project, build out economic impact of $5 billion. A quick shot of the Recuperative Care Center. We always talk about how we work with the homeless at every level. Some of our homeless, they get serviced at a hospital for a wound, for a cut, for a broken leg. They get released onto the street and they don't have a chance to heal. And they're right back in that emergency room. What our Recuperative Care Center does, it allows them to have an extended stay period so that they can heal and get back into the community. The success of our initial facility led us to this larger one that we just broke ground on. And I mentioned the SNPMA grant. We have secured, since SNPMA was allocated back in 2002, over $300 million for our parks and recreation facilities. This particular round, we got this $19.3 million grant. We talk all the time about how our soccer fields are so heavily used by our community. This project is going to add 4 more to Betty Wilson Park, which by far is probably one of the busiest parks we have, and it's going to be a great addition to the community. I attached to the presentation that I handed out to all you guys yesterday just some key statistics that I won't be able to hit them all today, but I wanted you to see in front of you some of the things that our departments do. They're so diverse in their roles and responsibilities, but really they're the engine that runs our city with just what happens day to day. So today I'm just going to hit on a couple of them. I really want to talk a moment about the fire and rescue statistics. You'll see here that the unit responses to calls for service was very consistent with FY24, but the real important piece behind that data set is because we implemented the contract ambulance service, our units, our Las Vegas fire and rescue units, who are truly the most trained of all of our options for dealing with these calls, they're able to respond to those higher acuity calls, those P1s and P2s, with the CAS system and our AMR franchise taking care of the lower acuity ones. As you see here, CAS significantly growed this year, 28% more than what did last year. Really important part of the fire department's team is how we deal with those crisis response calls. And as you'll see here, the CAS team embedded into that effort is almost 6,000 calls that were crisis response related, directly related to mental health. What's important to note here is we've recently integrated licensed clinical social worker into our dispatch center. And that social worker is able to take a call and determine, is this a call that we should send to CRT? Is this a call we could send to AMR? To kind of determine what that need is. And so again, that resource allocation is improved by adding that resource into the overall ecosystem. On the public safety side, Chief Potts has had tremendous success with his team working citywide to keep our parks safe, to keep all of our public spaces safe. You'll see here close to 60,000 responses and calls for service. That's a 31% increase over last year. They made a significant number of arrests. No surprise, we have 25 million people a year on Fremont Street, and sometimes someone gets out of hand, and the marshals do a great job trying to deal with some of those folks. But overwhelmingly, Fremont Street is a safe place because our marshals and our partnership with Sheriff McMahill have done a great job to keep it that way. There are those incidents that require citations. You'll see a significant increase on the citation side. On our animal protection services side, there was a slight dip in the responses, and what I'll tell you is last year's budget we approved some vehicles for these officers, and there was a real delay in getting them. So we had some downtime on vehicles for our officers to hit the street. I anticipate this number will be significantly higher next year. And I have to mention all the work that's done by the sheriff's team and our team Sometimes it ends up with the detention center is seeing an increased population. You'll see here our jail team had over 507 inmates a day on average. That was 24% more than the prior year. I want to catch a few things that I know we talk about a lot about our homeless programs, and I will tell you, I don't know what we would do without the courtyard. You'll see this first statistic at the top. The courtyard provided shelter and services to over 14,000 unduplicated people, near a 10% increase from the prior year. Right adjacent to it, the Health and Wellness Center that we built, 84% increase over the prior year on unduplicated folks taking advantage of those medical services. I mentioned the Recuperative Care Center earlier. It's covering that niche for those extended care periods of time. A piece that's so important to the overall ecosystem is our Arrow shuttle. Close to 5,000 people have used that service to help them get stabilized for a variety of services. Significant increase over the prior year. And our MORE teams, we capture encounters, because what we found is for most people that they meet on the street, they need about 6-7 encounters before that individual sort of feels the trust and is willing to take that help. Again, an important part of what we do. We have talked as a community about how it is so hard for people to afford a house right now anywhere in Southern Nevada. And I want to just really put out some kudos to Arcelia and her team for moving the needle forward on so many affordable housing projects. They've come to all of you with these projects to gain your support. And as you see here, just in a snapshot, it's 1,739 units that our team has played a role in moving affordable housing projects and moving them forward. Our Youth Development Social Initiatives team, Educating and Workforce Development, I pulled a few of these out of here. I really want to just mention today the Safe Key program. It's our 40th anniversary of providing before and after school services, and you'll see it's over 8,000 kids at 70 elementary schools that have been able to take advantage of that. And on the workforce training side, I want to head down to where you see EDA-funded Mobile Culinary Academy. That program, with the support from Chef Jeff, and a whole bunch of others, is training our kids how to get a job in the food industry, maybe one day to have a food truck of their own. And it's just so important to give folks a chance to learn a trade, and certainly on the culinary side, a lot of opportunities there. On the park side, this shouldn't come as a surprise. Folks love our parks. Our citizen survey showed it. You'll see the growth continues to happen at our parks. The key indicator on this is we use a tool called Placer AI that's able to track anonymously how many people are in a park through their phones. We don't have that tool at all of our parks, but we compared 60 of them this year and last, and you'll see we're over 14 million people using our parks. Similar at our facilities, all of our rec centers, we use ID scans when members come in, near 500,000, and that continues to grow. We keep growing our festival attendance, and I have to point out something near and dear to all of you, special events for your wards. 507 events this year. Kudos to the entire special events team. And on the technology side, our parks team on the maintenance, they rolled out a new system to better manage their work orders. Close to 16,000 work orders were done. And what you'll see there is mostly graffiti related and irrigation system repairs. We don't exist without our HR team. You'll see here in the past year, over 800 new employees they helped us bring to the city, along with over 300 promotions. We also focus a lot on the wellness of our existing employees, as you see there with that data. On our EUD side, we talked about a number of the projects, but this is really the big one. When they come to you as the RDA board, they bring you a variety of incentive agreements, DDAs, PSAs, and leases. At the end of the day, it's all about what did we leverage our assets, whether it's our programs, land we own, to get private investment dollars. And in the last year, what's come before you, $362 million came from that side of the house. And again, what they do on the parking side is really impressive. Strategic services, this is something that I think not everyone realizes what happens to the city on a daily basis. Our customer call center gets an incredible amount of calls from citizens looking for help. And they take that call and they get them to the right folks at the city. Over 100,000 calls were handled in the last fiscal year. They also taking payments. And again, another key feature of this team is our Smart Lab. Many of our employees want to learn how they can do their job better, and our process improvement training is helping them do that. Hans was here earlier today with the item related to the critical fill position. Just wanted you to see just what the level of visitation is to the Muni Court. It's significant. As we get to the end of the last few slides, Luann and her team do great jobs for all of our public meetings, but what you may not realize is they also have a huge portion of our records, and you'll see here just the effort from our records and public records requests. You'll see thousands of them come through. Sometimes that's not always remembered. That's tasks that also come into Luann's shop. We had a really extended briefing not too long ago on all things community development, so none of these items are surprising to you. But the one that stands out to me is when we talk about as a city, 25,000 permits with a valuation over $2.3 billion. That's not easy to run that role, but that's a good problem to have. There's a lot of cities that don't have anything like that. We have some serious investment happening. And Mayor Pro Tem, we talk a lot about how important code enforcement is. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention 9,000 cases by our code enforcement team. It's a significant quality of life piece that our team does. David is all over. We had a really significant anniversary this year, 25 years with our TV station going from KCLV to City of Las Vegas TV. But you might also not realize a lot of the work that their team does is how to get the city's message out to the world. And we are amongst one of the most known cities in the world because of our social media team. We also use their skills to try to drive more people to some of our programs, particularly our senior citizen-related programs. And they also help us on trying to boost recruitments for various public safety. Mayor Pro Tem, you asked about the quiver for Hans and his team. This is part of it, is using social media to try to reach folks that are interested in public safety jobs. As Hans noted, we did not have to use that tool today for the last 2 years, but it's an option. But strategies like this are helping us fill some of those vacancies. You all know that I have a little bit of a bias for Public Works. Spent just a few days in that group. Their numbers are off the charts. Over $1 billion in CIP projects this past fiscal year. Again, $1 billion. It's a massive, massive load. But it's all the other stuff that is most important to your citizens in your ward. It's changing the over 8,000 streetlights that needed to be repaired or replaced. It's doing work orders for our facilities for our employees to work in. It's the work that our sewer treatment plant does to make sure more water goes back to Lake Mead. It's all over the place, and they have such a huge part of the quality of life of our community. I mentioned earlier our AA rating from our finance team. Again, the stuff that our finance team is incredible, but that top one's the most important. Successfully resolved Badlands settlement without any workforce reductions. And I'll leave the rest to you all on that. Our government affairs was really active during this session, and we talked earlier about just those things that were wins for us this year. Our team is up in D.C. this week trying to grow those relationships with the new leadership, with some of the new staff at the various agencies so that they get to know what the city does. So hopefully when we apply for a grant, they'll remember us. And I'm confident that the team we have up there is going to grow those relationships. Emergency management, I talked about last year about how important they are to us for those bad days. For those days, we don't want something bad to happen, but this is the team that preps us for it. You may not know they work with the businesses downtown to coordinate how we can recover together in the event of an incident. I can only tell you their work, again, preps us for those days we hope don't happen. On our IT side, all of you have a computer at the city. All of your staff do. You might not realize they get over 50,000 calls saying, I need help. My something isn't working. And they do a great job resolving those. But they do so many other things that you may not be aware of. Look at the upgrade they did on Wi-Fi at all of our fire stations. Fire department has to make a decision, and if the network is slow, that means their response time is going to be slower. That is an upgrade that's going to pay us a whole lot of dividends. And the last one at the bottom, See-Click Fix, is a tool that our citizens use. It's going to allow citizens to much more easily report if they see a homeless encampment so that we can go out there and help those citizens get the services they need. Last slide that I have is really just to talk to you about what's coming up in the next couple of months that I'm pretty excited about. Saturday, we have our employee picnic in the Civic Plaza. We have over 1,400 folks already registered. I think it's going to be probably one of the biggest employee picnics we've ever had. We have that special council meeting, Mayor, that you noted earlier, a really important day for us as a city. In October, a very important day, we're going to be opening up a new substation in partnership with Sheriff McMahill for the growing Sky Canyon Providence neighborhood. Mayor Pro Tem, you asked about this last budget cycle. You asked Chief Potts, Chief, we need to get a volunteer program. Well, we have a volunteer program that's going to be going live in November. It'll be up and running, and the source of many of those volunteers are from the Citizens Police Academy. Something that I'm really excited to bring to you at Council, that'll be in December, the CIP Award for the Veterans Memorial at Thunderbird Park. Our Fire Training Center is going to see a huge investment in January. I believe in the fourth quarter of this year, we'll probably be issuing the first permit to the boring company. That permit will be linking the LVCVA campus to the Strat. That's permit number 1. We'll complete the campus of the Ninth Bridger School in quarter 1. We will be in partnership with the Library District opening an incredible new library, the West Las Vegas Library. And what I will tell you, Mayor and Council, is that project would not have happened without the city. We provided the land, we provided new market tax credits, and we also purchased the old library so that we can quadruple the size of our West Las Vegas Arts Center, a serious partnership project that's going to be great for the community. Something that was just on the Planning Commission the other night. It's wrapping up the last couple of months for the CFO, Rich Hogan for Metro District, is this 911 Joint Center, and it's going to be a great addition to the community, but certainly it's going to be in Ward 4. And our BioHealth Challenge Grant, we want to see that awarded around the second quarter of 2026. So with that, Mayor and Council, I think we've shared this before. This is what that new substation is going to look like. That's so important to our high-growth areas of the city. And I'm going to end with this. The Veterans Memorial, this is a special project, and it's something that it could have ended up in different places, but it's staying in the city, and it's going to be at a place that I think we'll really enjoy having it. And so, Mayor and Council, with that, I can only tell you I appreciate your support throughout the year. It's been a very enjoyable process getting to know you, Mayor Berkeley, and Councilwoman Summers Armstrong I've known for 25 plus years, and so we've been having some great convos in her new role. So again, happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jensen. And now I will entertain any questions or comments from our city council members. Go right ahead.
It seems like Mr. Jansen wants to really document and support why he's worth every penny we pay him in the city. But I just want to say, Mike, that it has been amazing to have you at the helm as our city manager. You are one of our very few key employees, and all of us lean on you to make sure that there's no balls that are dropped, that emergency crises are addressed, and that we are always looking forward, but making sure that everything in the present is the best moving forward into that future that we're all trying to be prepared for. You're responsive, you are communicative, respectful, diligent. I can't give you more adjectives to say that I'm super pleased with how you have been managing the business. You're very entrenched and very knowledgeable about everything City of Las Vegas. And so I hope that we're going to get many more years out of you because this is your annual eval, but I'm optimistic that you'll want to stay on board with us, leading the charge with all of these amazing, exciting projects that are just getting underway. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to continuing to do the good work for our city.
Thank you, Councilman.
Would anybody else care to comment? Ms. Polensky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mike, you have been a great steward of the City of Las Vegas in your 2 years as city manager. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the work we've done together. I'm proud of this council for so wisely choosing you. Moving forward, I would support whatever you're asking for in reasonably asking for in monetary remuneration. As you know, our budget constraints better than anybody else. But thank you for your service, and I look forward to continuing to serving with you.
Ms. Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also echo the comments of my colleagues, particularly Councilman Diaz, because I do feel like you're so fair and fair across the different wards in terms of balancing our projects and have been incredibly responsive. I also think that I also say about the city that the city is a great place to work and the city is so innovative, and everybody on the team, when we ask them to do things, they always try to find a way to say yes or find a way to make it work. And I believe that starts with our leader, and you have set a tone for being thorough and trying to find a way to say yes, to help the city, to respond to us. So thank you for that. And like Councilman Diaz said, I hope we have many more years with you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Summers Armstrong?
I just want to say thank you. We have known each other a long time. I was at the RTC for 26 years, and I tell people all the time, you don't stay in a job that you don't like if you have a choice. And I had choices, and it was a great experience. And I think that when we see people here at the city staying and they have longevity, it's a reflection of leadership and corporate culture. And the culture here for people to be smart and kind and committed has to be supported from us first, and then you trickle that down. And I'm just happy to see that that is happening. And I hope to work with you well over the next several years, as long as you want to do this, to continue to ensure that the voices of our employees are heard, the people who are rendering service to our community is heard at the very beginning of all that we do, so that we can be assured that our citizens are getting the service that they need, that the kind, committed, and caring is surely exemplified to them through our employees with your support. So thank you.
And before we entertain the motion, Mr. City Manager, I did not know you until before I became mayor of the fabulous city of Las Vegas. But I can say without fear of contradiction, it has been not only my great pleasure to get to know you, but an even greater pleasure to work with you. I cannot imagine any other trait that I would be looking for that you don't already possess, and I look forward to working with you for many years into the future. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem, I will entertain a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few comments. The first one is you started off with 3,562 employees. On behalf of those employees, your PowerPoint presentations are too long. Just wanted to put it out there. You said 25 bullet points. I lost count at 50. You've been a great partner, and I come up with some wild ideas, and I know I'm creating a lot of drama, at least for the medical district. And I am just very, very proud of the fact that you're right next to me, because I think you'll keep me in line. You won't let me go out of line, and I think you've done that for this council. But for those 3,562 employees, he represents you well, and he's always supportive of you, every single one of you. And it's down to the people who are cleaning up our parks, to the directors that are sitting over here. He is the most supportive city manager, and he is an advocate for every single one of you. He's an advocate for the city, and it is a real honor and privilege just to work with you. I very, very much appreciate the fact that you took the ideas of this council, and you're working really hard to make them come to fruition. And you have your own ideas, and you're working really hard to make those come to fruition. You make this city a better place. And this city, for me, feels like a family, but we are the 19th largest city in the country, and that is a big city. So congratulations on being the city manager of the 19th largest city in the country. And I would make a motion. We're going to mirror what we did for the city attorney, if that's okay. Although your PowerPoint presentation was much longer. What we did for the city attorney was a 4% merit, a 3.3% COLA, and 3 weeks of administrative leave, if you're okay with that.
Mayor and Council, I've so enjoyed my career at the city, and this was not a job, it was on my radar, and it's turned into just a really wonderful time for me. We have a great team. I would have loved to have kept that PowerPoint at 20 minutes, but I felt how important it was to recognize all of our departments because they do so much, some of it much more noticeable than others, and I appreciate the support you've given me in the last 2 years, and look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you so much. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries unanimously. Before we move to agenda item number 41, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Wish that I could stop time. can't beat him. My chest pounds like a drum, shakes me like thunder. Taking my hand, pulling me up when I'm going under. My dreams come alive when I wake up and look in her eyes. Yeah, my dreams come alive when I wake up and look in her eyes. She brings me back to life. Oh, she does. Back to life.
We could leave the Christmas lights up till January. This is our place, we make the rules. And there's a dazzling haze, a mysterious way about you, dear. Have I known you 20 seconds or 20 years? Can I go where you go? Can we always be this close forever and ever? And take me out. You're my lover. We could let our friends crash in the living room. This is our place, we make the call. And I'm highly suspicious that everyone who sees you wants you. I've loved you 3 summers now, honey, but I want them all. Can I go where you go? Can we always be this close forever and ever? And take me out and take me home forever and ever. You're my lover.
one star at a time. One fell out of the sky. You had your eyes closed, you were wishing on them. I was thinking about your lips, girl, and kissing on them. We were sitting in the light of the moon. I was watching it shine on you. Funny how time flies with a good girl on a good night. We were down to 1 a.m. listening to one more song, thinking I want more than just one night out here with you alone. Down to that last Bud Light in the back of that two-tone half-tone. My heart was telling me that one more kiss and I'd be done. Down to one hand in mine, down to one beautiful smile. I was done with the girl I want, straight falling in love right there that night. Down to one. Said we'd leave in one more minute. One passed by, but we didn't. Cause you were looking like a dream I've been dreaming. I was thinking about anything but leaving. Still feel that touch. You were in my arms, soaking up that young love. Never been that far. Down to 1 a.m. listening to one more song, thinking I want more than just one night out here with you alone. Down to that last Bud Light in the back of that two-tone hat.
We will now hear related items 41 and 45 together. 41, regarding the fair market value of the City of Las Vegas owned vacant real property based on the May 19, 2025 appraisal report by Southwest Property Consultants in anticipation of the sale and development of 1.21 acres located at 1611 West Lake Mead Boulevard and 1600 Mount Moriah Drive. Item number 45, R-69-2025, discussion for possible action regarding the resolution finding the disposition and development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and R.W. Advance LLC concerning the proposed sale of 1611 West Lake Mead Boulevard and 1600 Mount Moriah Drive is in the best interest of the public and to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the city. These items are in Ward 5. Item 41 is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Ms. Babsky.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Council members. Yes, it's still morning. Thank you very much, Dina Babsky, Director of EUD for the city. And before I move on with my presentation, I'd like to welcome our guests and partners, Mr. Raphael West, the CEO, and also Mr. Dean Slows. He is the Chief Operating Officer for RW Advance. Welcome. As you mentioned, Mayor, this is a public hearing for the disposition of a city-owned parcel at 1611 West Lake Mead Boulevard, which appraised at $1.2 million. With that said, I'd like to go over a little bit about the neighborhood. We all know this is a very busy intersection. There is a lot of fast food types of restaurants. There is some combination of single-family detached housing, so a lot of activity happening, and we as the city have been working on redevelopment of the Enterprise Park for a while now. The parcel is currently, it is vacant land, so it is ready for development, and I know that our partners will start as soon as possible if we all get your approval today. So the concept for this development is a casual sit-down restaurant. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, this area, has quite a few drive-throughs. So the community, has expressed desire for a family-friendly, casual sit-down restaurant for a while now. So we're very excited to be able to bring that for your consideration today. The parcel is 1.21 acres, and it is being sold at a below market price at $400,000. And the point I'd like to make is, Mayor and City Council members, when we sell city-owned assets at a discounted price, it's not because we undervalue the value of the land, but rather because we're making a strategic investment in the long-term success of the community. As I mentioned, because this concept has been long overdue in this this community, we really put an effort in to try to attract our partners. And with that comes, a public participation component. And so this is where we're, bringing forward for consideration the under market purchase price and hoping that you would agree and support. The project will consist of a minimum of 3,500 square feet of a sit-down restaurant, and I'll let our partners talk more about what they envision. The construction will commence at the end of quarter four of 2026, and hopefully we will all get to come to the ribbon cutting and have a nice meal in Q3 of 2027. Very exciting for the community. It will generate 40 to 50 permanent jobs, and I know that our partners are very committed to working with the community, specifically on the job creation in the area and overall economic impact at $8.1 million. With that, I'd like to pass the mic over to Mr. West and Mr. Slow and let us know about the project.
Hi, Mayor Berkeley.
Hi.
I'm Raphael Weiss, and hello, Council. This is my partner, Dean Sloves, and for the record, we are representing RW Advance, LLC. First off, I'd like to thank everybody for allowing us the honor of being able to partner with the City of Las Vegas and potentially putting a casual dining restaurant in a portion of the city that, in my opinion, desperately needs it. There are many reasons for that, and we may get into that during this presentation here. I'd also like to thank Councilwoman Summers Armstrong. She was fantastic to work with and taught us a lot about what was going on within Ward 5 and why specifically casual dining was needed in this portion of your lovely city. I would also like to thank Jonathan King, the EUD department, Director Babsky for their assistance throughout this entire process. Typically, I am not used to the DDA process. Normally, we just do regular PSAs, so this was a little different for me. It was a nice learning experience, and now that I understand the process, I look forward to doing many more projects and partnering with the city on much more. So, with all that being said, we look forward to creating and developing a fantastic casual dining restaurant for this part of the city. And once again, thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this agenda item? Seeing nobody, is there any member of the City Council that would like to make a comment? Ms. Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations. I will say it's not just Ward 5 that is in dire need of casual dining experiences. That's the number one thing I hear from my residents. So once you're finished successfully opening your doors in Ward 5, please come to Ward 6.
My pleasure.
Frances Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. General question, I own and operate a brick and mortar food establishment myself, and I wondered, I don't know anything about Applebee's or their brand. I looked up here on the internet, and they're owned by Dine Brands Global, which operates as a franchisor and owns corporate-owned restaurants. This specific unit, is it going to be corporate-owned or a franchise?
So it would actually be a franchise. The franchisee would potentially be Flynn Group. They are one of the largest, I think the largest franchisee in the United States. They own many different brands, including Applebee's.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here today and also for meeting with me and listening to an old lady bend your ear about a community that I love to the bottom of my feet. That has really been in need of this type of an establishment. We talked about training, and you talk about jobs, and I let you all know that we've got, the Nevada Partners over on Lake Mead, even though they're in North Las Vegas. We are family, and they can help you prepare your clients, your workers, to really know how to serve in a culturally competent manner. You've got built-in business. We go to church, and so Sundays are going to be a hot day for you all, and I think that'll help you get established. And the opportunity, which makes me so excited, two things. Opportunities for small businesses to be able to participate in this. It's not so huge, and so you will be able to break this up and help our small businesses participate in this. But also, WETC just opened, as the city manager mentioned earlier, and we are working with CSN hand in hand. We had a beautiful principals roundtable last week, and talking about the opportunities for us to train folks to be able to do work in this community. And so I'm looking forward to the partnership. A year from now, we will probably have people who are going to be ready to work, and I'm looking forward to whatever else you're doing in town, that you all will look at us in Ward 5 and WETC as a place to get skilled workers, and I'm excited. I'm just really excited that we're going to have a place to sit down and eat and enjoy our community. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We do not need a motion on item 41, but I would entertain a motion on related item 45, Councilwoman.
So moved.
Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Congratulations, gentlemen. Very excited for you.
Thank you very much
You're
for the
very
opportunity.
welcome. Okay. Agenda item 44 has been held in abeyance until the November 5th council meeting. Agenda item 46, boards and commissions. Discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of Rosa Cortez to the Board of Directors of City Parkway 5, Inc., Las Vegas Medical District Corporation, and Las Vegas Economic Recovery Corporation. Directors hold office until a successor is appointed, unless an earlier termination by death, resignation, removal, disqualification, or good cause. Procedure for the boards is appointment by the City Council, which will fill the vacancies created by the resignation of Steve Ford. The Economic and Urban Development Department recommends approval. I move to approve this appointment. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion passes. Agenda item 47. Discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of the youth members of the Youth Leadership Advisory Council from the following nominees. And City Clerk, may I invite you to state these names for the record?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Eleanor Ray Gumeri, the mayor. Khalil Bouwer, mayor. Cara McAnallen, mayor. Emilia Sai, mayor appointment. Ayana Castro, mayor. Alina Johnson, Ward 1. Luca Bennett, Ward 1. Aaliyah Burton, Ward 1. Jolie Tao Nguyen, and I believe we're going to have a statement about, oh, not that one. Ward 2. Ethan Cohen, Ward 2. Grayson Gurney, Ward 2. The next one, Jericho Cruz, Ward 3, I believe. The director will make a statement. Gianna Kim, Ward 3. Corey Hall, Ward 3. Anera Manalez, Ward 4. Avery Mezervi, Ward 4. Janae King, Ward 4. Manuel Ruiz, Ward 5. Chloe Camarillo, Ward 6. Timothy Laster, Ward 6. And Aaron McCraney, Ward 6.
Thank you so much. The Youth Leadership Advisory Council was established by the City Council action on April 2nd, 2025. Members of the Advisory Council will serve staggered terms of 2 academic years. 9th grade members will be appointed for initial terms of 4 academic years. Members may be reappointed to a consecutive 2-year term as long as they are enrolled in high school at the time of appointment. Ms. Malich, did you care to comment?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council, Dr. Tammy Malich, Director of Youth Development and Social Initiatives. For the record, I would ask your consideration in this item that Jericho Cruz, an appointee from Ward 3, be excluded from the list. I received communication from Jericho's parent last night that due to his schedule, he does not want to overextend himself. He's on our YNAP board and 15 other things, and he doesn't want to make a commitment and let Ward 3 down. So I would ask that you would consider this list without his name.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. With that amendment, I move to approve the appointments. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 48. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2025-34. Councilman Knutson, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2025-34, an ordinance to amend LVMC Section 9.16.30 to adjust the hours during which construction noise is deemed to be a prohibited noise or disturbance and to provide for other related matters.
Move to approve.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item 49, new bills. Item 49, Bill 2025-35, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Monday, October 13th, 2025. City Attorney, would you read the new bill?
Yes, ma'am. Bill number 2025-35, an ordinance to amend various provisions of LVMC Title VII pertaining to the regulation of pet shops, to amend various provisions of LVMC Title VII to revise and establish penalties for violations of various provisions of Title VII, to amend LVMC Title VII, Chapter 42 by adding a new chapter therein designated as Section 35 to prohibit newly licensed pet shops from selling dogs, cats, rabbits, pot-bellied pigs, or guinea pigs, and to provide for other related matters.
New Bill 2025-35 is assigned to the October 13th, 2025 recommending committee members, Councilman Knutson and Councilwomen Diaz and Polensky. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction, and I thank you. Agenda item 50. Items 50 through 50B are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, and are recommended for approval by the Department of Community Development. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve on the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Items number 51 through 56B appear on the one motion, one vote agenda and may be considered in one motion, one vote as they are routine items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applications recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item 51. 25-0101 VAR1, applicant, University Medical Center of Southern Nevada, owner, County of Clark et al., on a land use entitlement project request to allow the suffix way on a straight north-south street where street is required on Willow Street south of Wellness Way, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. 52. 25-0101 SNC1, Abeyance item, applicant, University Medical Center of Southern Nevada, owner, Clark County et al., on a land use entitlement project request from Willow Street to Eye Care Way extending south of Wellness Way, approximately 300 feet. Again, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. Item 53, 25-0144-SDR1, applicant, Panther Acquisitions LLC, owner, City Parkway 5, Inc., on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed fourth-story, 150 3,200 square feet medical office building, including 1,500 square feet of commercial space with waivers of the Symphony Park design standards on 1.39 acres at the southeast corner of Robin Leach Lane and Promenade Place. PD Plan Development Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Item 54. 25-0225, applicant owner International Church of Las Vegas, Inc., et al., on the following land use entitlement project. Requests on a 9.69 acres on the south side of Cliff Shadows Parkway, west of Reverence Parkway. PD, Planned Development, and U, Underdeveloped. PCD, Planned Community Development, General Plan Designation Zones. Ward 4, Ms. Alan Polensky. Item 54A, 25-0225-ZON1, from U, Underdeveloped, PCD, Planned Community Development, General Plan Designation, to PD, Plan Development. Item 54B, 25-0225-VAC1, petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements generally located south of Cliff Shadows Parkway and west of Reverence Parkway, and public right-of-way within the Cheyenne Avenue alignment west of Clark County 215. Item 55, 25-0277, applicant. Platinum Management Group 6 LLC owner, My Charleston Plaza LLC, on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.87 acres at 5100 and 5104 West Charleston Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. 55A, 25-0277-SUP1 for a proposed gaming establishment, restricted use, 1 to 5 machines. 55B, 25-0277-SUP2 for a proposed 2,800 square foot alcohol off-premise full use. 56, 25-0278, applicant owner GMD Properties LLC for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request on 0.69 acres on the west side of 10th Street, approximately 205 feet north of Stewart Avenue, T5-N, T5 Neighborhood Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. 56A, 25-0278-VAC1, petition to vacate a portion of a public alley south of Mesquite Avenue between 9th Street and 10th Street. And finally, 56B, 25-0278-SDR1 for a proposed 4-story, 36-unit multifamily residential development with waivers of Title 19.09 Form-Based Code Development Standards. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all of these items. These are public hearings that I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on items 51 through 56B? Seeing and hearing none, I now close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Shall we vote? Post? Motion passes. Thank you so much. Item 57, this item is held in abeyance to the October 15th, 2025 City Council meeting. Item 58, 25-0176, abeyance item on the following land use entitlement project requests on 4.50 acres at the northeast corner of Harris Avenue and Bruce Street, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. Item 58A, 25-0176-VAR1, abeyance item to allow a 75-foot residential adjacency setback where 111 feet is required. 58B 25-0176-VAR2, abeyance item to allow 242 parking spaces where 340 are required. 58C 25-0176-SUP1, abeyance item for a residential multifamily use. Item 58D, 25-0176, SDR1, abeyance item for a proposed three-story, 204-unit multifamily residential development with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer and building orientation requirements. The applicant owner is For Him for Life, Inc. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 3, Ms. Diaz, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Ricky Barlow for the record, LV Access. I'm here standing on behalf of my team and I, looking forward to building a beautiful development in Ward 3. 2222 West Bonanza Road is my address. As I stated, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the proposed 800 North Bruce Street development. This is a carefully designed 190-unit multifamily community looking to be built on 4.5 acres, thoughtfully planned to balance the neighborhood compatibility with the urgent housing needs of Las Vegas residents. As you know, on June 10th, the Planning Commission approved this application with the full entitlements. However, working with the Councilwoman's office, because she heard the needs and the responses from neighbors who unfortunately were unable to attend the two neighborhood meetings that we held over the years. This has been a 2-year development in the making. She called my team and I in to address her concerns on behalf of her constituency. And I believe we've done that. The Planning Commission approved it unanimously, and the Councilwoman asked that we make some adjustments in order to satisfy her needs. One area would be the residential adjacency setback. We requested 75 feet where your Title 19 requests 111 feet as far as the setback. If we can go to the next slide, the site plan, please. If you look at the site plan, Mayor and Council, when we spoke with the neighbors on several occasions, they asked that we push the development as close to Bruce as possible to provide that layer of setback from the north property line as well as the eastern property line. And the Councilwoman also requested that we also push the south property line back as well, which we've done that. This site plan that you're looking at is a plan that has been expanded and contracted without taking away the integrity and the aesthetic look of the overall development. Our design incorporates significant landscape buffers, perimeter treatments, and building orientation strategies to ensure compatibility with the adjacent single-family homes. At only 3 stories and a maximum of 35 feet, where we have the ability to go 55 feet by your code, Mayor and Council. However, we wanted to be great neighbors and keep the height at a level that would be well under the 55 foot, and we're currently at 35 feet. The parking reduction was a sticking point for the Councilwoman and her constituency as well. And so originally we asked for a specific number of parking spaces, and she asked that we increase that, which we have done that just the same. I would note our market data also indicates, to support the councilwoman's concerns, the neighbors' concerns, as well as what we've been able to identify within our market research, is that there's a shifting household trend which basically states higher demand for one-bedroom units, increased rideshare use in this area, and lower household car ownership. So taking all of those scenarios into consideration, I truly believe that we have met the requested requirement in the adjustment within the parking variance that we requested. We have also provided covered parking, ADA spaces, and bicycle accommodations within this development. The special use permit, no one has argued, but I'll make mention that the general plan supports multifamily residential at this location, and zoning allows the use with a special use permit, which we have applied. The project advances the city housing policies by diversifying the housing stock, providing attainable rental opportunities while supporting economic development within Ward 3. The site plan review before you, the project includes 6 residential buildings, plus a leasing clubhouse facility, playground, sports court, and landscape courtyards. The facade treatments, varying roof lines, and high-quality materials prevent a monolithic look to this development. This development provides workforce housing near major employment centers, reducing commute times and supporting economic vitality. This development represents investments, a major investment within the East Las Vegas community, aligning with the city's goal of revitalizing and reinvesting in existing neighborhoods. This development will create jobs during the construction and ongoing property management, full-time, 24/7 on-site property management as far as employment is concerned. This will enhance the neighborhood's safety and vibrancy by redeveloping currently an underutilized commercial parcel into a productive residential use. I would like to, if we may go to the overhead, I would like to share with you that originally, as of June 10th, the Planning Commission approved us for 204 units. After working with the Councilwoman's office in addressing her constituents' concerns, we now have 190 units versus 204 units, which is 14 units fewer. In addition to that, she requested on the east property line, in order to create even more of a security site view for her residents on the east property line, we've reduced the 3rd story. If we may go back to the overhead, please, on the east property line. We've reduced her east property line structures from 3 stories to 2 stories, which the site view now has increased even more so based on the distance from the eastern property line site as far as the backyards all the way through our development, which basically now no one on the 3rd floor will have an opportunity to look down inside of the residents on the east properties line backyard. So that was an adjustment that the councilwoman had required, and we've basically have made that adjustment as well. The unit mix has been adjusted from 52% 1-bedroom and 48% 2-bedroom, now to 57% 1-bedroom and 43% 2-bedrooms. The parking waiver reduction of 28%, which were 95 spaces short, now we've reduced that to 15%, which now we're only requesting 47 spaces where we were asking for 95 previously. From a neighborhood compatibility standpoint, the original buffers and setbacks have been adjusted accordingly, and the reduced mass of the overall development, the buffers have been maintained that will be fully landscaped with buffers in the appropriate setbacks. In closing, this project is well-designed, neighborhood conscious, and responsive to both community needs and city policies. With the Planning Commission's unanimous approval, I respectfully request that this council supports the councilwoman in her effort to bring in a much-needed development into her area by also having addressed many of the concerns from her constituency, which I believe she's created a very delicate balance between development and the needs of her constituency. So with that, I am prepared to answer any questions at this time that you all may have.
Thank you so much. I think at this time we'll have a staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. While additional residential units are needed and encouraged within East Las Vegas, the proposed development is too intense for the area as evidenced by the requested residential adjacency and parking variances. As such, staff has recommended denial of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on these items? Please state your name again for the record.
Joseph Weber, and thank you for the additional time. I appreciate that that you have adjusted the project in an attempt to make it smaller. Our position is still, it's too big for that little piece of property. And we think that the parking space, required parking space code would take that development down to around 140 units. So they've agreed to drop it from 204 to 190. That's still 50 units more than what should be put on that piece of property, in our estimation. Before I forget, I would like to enter these petitions that we collected into the record from people who didn't know about any meetings or didn't even know the project was being considered or that any of these variances were being considered. We understand, we would like something on that plot of land. We understand that a smaller project might not make financial sense to these people, but that shouldn't be a reason that you ignore the safety that codes provide to the surrounding neighborhood. Okay? Financial reason shouldn't be that. Maybe it shouldn't be. I know you, as a group, you have the power to just ignore those codes, right? But I'm asking that you don't. You're going to vote and move on. The people in that neighborhood, of which a lot of them are opposed to the size of this thing, they're going to be left there for years, having this imposition on them and lowering their quality of life. So really, anything more than 150 units, most of the people who signed those petitions don't want anything to do with it and don't think it should be there at a size bigger than 150 units. And then lastly, and I don't know if the new plans include the perimeter wall that is supposed to be required by code. That's not in the plans, weren't in the previous plans anyway, that if you approve this thing, please give us the perimeter wall that is supposed to be there. And I thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Mr. Barlow, is there any last-minute comments you'd like to make?
Yes, Mayor, thank you so very much. I appreciate the gentleman coming up and speaking. Number one, we are looking forward to addressing the perimeter wall. We have every desire to make sure that our development is fully protected. And we're looking forward to bringing forth a beautiful decorative block wall with trees that will be adjacent on the east property line as well as the north property lines with the appropriate setbacks as required by your planning commission. And so there's no way that we're going to spend the amount of money that we're going to spend, which is approximately anywhere between $50 and $60 million to do this development, to build this development, not for this property to be secured and making sure that the residents on the east and the north property lines are well protected. Now, having sat in your seat, I understand the needs and the concerns from constituents, and so I take that to heart, specifically when I'm working with my team, making sure that we do all that we can to make sure that the residents' concerns are addressed and that we're bringing something into the community that we would want to live in ourselves, right? But one thing I also recognize is the NIMBY, and that's something that we can't control because we know that there's a need in this community and we're trying to fill a gap that needs to be filled, and we're trying to do it in a prudent way that is hopefully in a manner in which we can be great community partners and making sure that our development is something that this community will be very proud of in a property that we would live in ourselves if in fact we had to. And so those are the elements that I bring to the table as it relates to sitting down with my team, making sure that we're doing all that we can, working with your staff, the councilwoman's office, as well as the neighbors, to address all that we can up to the point of where we have to agree to disagree. And so having said that, Mayor, I'm open to any suggestions, recommendations that you all have as it relates to making sure that this development will be a beautiful development, which I'm standing before you committing to, and any other suggestions or recommendations that you all may have at this time.
Yeah, are there any members of the City Council that wish to comment on this agenda item? Mr. Barlow, let me ask you something.
Yes, ma'am.
From what I'm hearing, the neighbors aren't opposed to building and having an apartment building, but they are concerned about the 190 units, which I appreciate that you worked with the councilwoman to bring the number down.
Correct.
They seem to be very concerned about the density and putting that many units into that particular area. Is there any way that the number can go down even further, maybe not to the 150 that they would like to see, but somewhere between 190 and 150?
Mayor and Council, you all know when it comes to multifamily in this state that it's very difficult to build a multifamily development from the start. And there reaches a point where there's a bottom line as to whether or not you've heard the term penciling. And we've reached that point, Mayor. I mean, we're at our wits' end trying to figure out how we were going to make the adjustment as far as just taking away the 14. And so at this point, I would have to admit honestly that I believe, based on our financing and everyone that we've spoken to, and the architects, the engineers, the ownership team, we're literally at our base.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Summers Armstrong?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Barlow, this is a neighborhood very near the border of Ward 5, and we need not just housing, but affordable housing. Has your management team or your ownership team, which according to the records that I've read is not part of Nevada, they've got an office in Nevada, but it's owned by someone out of state, have they talked with our folks here in the city to maybe get some assistance with this project? I don't know what would be available to really look at financing that would allow some of these units to be affordable as opposed to just built. Because my understanding, just from what I've read, is that this is still an option and might be able to help meet the request of the community to lower the amount of units, but also be able to help your clients with some financing options.
Well, let me address something in regards to your statement as far as someone being out of state. Everyone in this development is from Nevada. So I just want to make sure.
Could you speak up a little bit?
I said everyone in this development is from Nevada. So I'm not quite, I don't quite understand the statement in regards to an out-of-state individual, but everyone in this development is from Nevada and has been in Nevada for as long as I've been alive. So from a financing standpoint, the financing will start to come together, and the collection of finance will be a part of that would be our ability to apply for, Councilwoman Armstrong, apply for grants monies, whether it be through the state, the city, and the county, to basically help adjust from an affordability standpoint. We can't do that until we have something tangible, such as a fully entitled development that we could take to the banks and the financiers to basically say that this is what we have and these are the parameters of what we have from a development standpoint, and those funding sources will then assist us in dictating what percentage of these units will have an opportunity to be affordable, whether it be 20% or 30%, and we're looking forward to doing just that, but we have to cross the hurdle of getting the entitlements. And Councilwoman, I'm not sure if that answered your question, but, okay.
Thank you. Ms. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to say, Mr. Barlow, obviously you being a former member of this body knows more than anyone that we do take our neighbors' voices and concerns very seriously.
Absolutely.
I'm not hearing from my neighbors that they don't want anything in their backyard. They're being pretty reasonable compared to other neighbors that I've dealt with in other areas with infill projects, and they're saying this is too intense, and I can't disagree with them just based on my knowledge of that neighborhood. My siblings went to Hallie Hewitson Elementary School. I was too old when we moved into the neighborhood to go there, so I have seen the neighborhood mature over years, and parking is a premium in that community. And as much as we want to downplay that we don't need it and that people are going to use public transit, I don't see that trending in my neighborhoods for the next 10 years or so. So I think we have to make the decisions today that we are going to be proud of tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And in our office, we did have this meeting, and I appreciate you and your team and your engineers and everyone coming, but I did make a very pointed question, and I asked you, are all adjacency setbacks being met per code? And you said very confidently in the meeting that yes, that was the case, but the variance is still here, where 111 feet of separation should happen between you and the neighbors. You're asking for that to be less. So there are still some unresolved matters, I feel. I'm hearing loud and clear from the 123 neighbors per the petitions, 96 of them being homeowners, a lot of them being second language speakers. Their first language is Spanish. They aren't really privileged to be in tune with our processes, know what that postcard, when they receive it, what it means, what it is. I feel like we haven't done our due diligence in even educating everyone around you about what you're seeking to bring, and they're just saying, can it conform to code? And so many times what I've seen in my ward anyways in the past is that we don't conform to code, and then we pay the premium price down the road when we don't have adequate parking, when we don't have enough landscaping, when we forsake things that should be part of a master plan community. We just say, no, we don't need it. And actually, I feel very strongly that in this situation, we do need it. There's more development coming across the way into Cashman Center, as articulated by other folks. So I'm going to leave it up to you, Mr. Barlow, and you kind of let me know, is there room to continue to work on whittling down the intensity and abiding by the setbacks that our code is saying? Because I also vetted the plan to augment parking down the road, and that's not even a given, and I can't even in good conscience make a decision based on the facts now. That's something in the future may happen decades later after I may no longer be in the seat. So I want to make sure that I'm making the decisions in the moment, knowing full well what I do know about that neighborhood. And so I'm going to ask, is there a way that you think we can still work something that's a happy medium from the responses I'm getting from my neighbors and your ownership? Is there a way to whittle? And if so, then I would be more than happy to hold the matter in abeyance as we figure out the common ground.
Councilwoman, when we met in your office, the concern in regards to the setback and meeting with the city staff when we first started this, when I was meeting with the planner, the distance that we had agreed to that they could live with was the number that we set. And so I communicated that to you in that sense. If the setback were 111 feet from a residential adjacency standpoint, this development would basically be a postage stamp. So there are waivers that are required, and your code allows for us to request a waiver in order to make a development a true development. And with that, your staff worked with me on that. These are not arbitrary numbers. This is a conversation and a meeting that has been taking place for more than 24 months now with the City of Las Vegas, meeting with multiple staff members at the planning level, meeting with the planning commissioners to include your office when we met last week. And so we've basically have, done our very best to get to this point. And anything smaller than this, I mean, you're just basically erasing the development overall, in my opinion.
I'm going to lean in on my expert planners to kind of settle the score. Do we advise what the maximum, minimum setback requirements beneficial to, or is that kind of developer, is the developer leading that conversation and then just kind of saying, would this stick, or do we actually bless it? I think there's a confusion between wanting something and needing something.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for the record. So from the community development side, our planners enforce the city's policies, and that's the base code. And so that would be the requirement of the residential adjacency or the parking standard. We are reactive to whatever the developers are going to propose, and we'll give our opinions on if the plans can be improved. But at the core of it, the base standard at code is our requirement.
So what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Lowenstein, is that the setback at 111 would be what the planner would be articulating back, that is what the city's preference would be for that development moving forward. And that the complete parking picture based on the unit count is what the city prefers to then bless a project.
Right. The setback requirement is based upon the height that's being proposed, so that would be the requirement of 111, and then the associated parking variance is based upon the number of units and the variety of unit types that are in there. And that is what we would.
So, Mr. Barlow, we have a situation here where we need to be real, acknowledge. I know that we're put in the role as council members to figure out this happy medium. I know you want the stars in the sky and the moon, but then yet the neighbors want something a little bit not as extravagant. Can we work towards making this something that can be a win-win for everyone? Because in the situation you're putting me in right now, I'm inclined to side with my planning staff's reasons to deny your project. But if you're willing to continue to work a reasonable middle ground with the input of the neighbors, we'll move forward. So I'm really kind of leaving it up to you. Do you want to continue to work this development to where it's palatable to the adjacency and it conforms to our codes or not?
Councilwoman, let me address something to planning staff, and planning staff knows this to be true. The reason why we have Title 19 is because this city sets policy. But the reason we have also waivers, special use permits, and variances is for developments that cannot meet the standards of the City of Las Vegas. Planning staff understands that, and they know that, and they should be communicating, articulating that to you all as council members. They know that. And so when you have a development before you and we are directed by code to work with staff to basically make those adjustments. And at the request of your planning team, they provide us
Mr.
with.
Barlow, we're
they-
not going to
they
have
provide us
this,
with
we're not going to
the
have this
variance.
debate because it's going into a he said,
Okay,
she said.
then-
We're going to
then I'll
deal with the
request- Then I'll
facts.
request that we hold this item, Councilwoman, so that we can have this discussion behind closed doors.
Thank you. I think that would be appreciated from everyone on council because our time is at a premium and it's my birthday. I do want to spend some lively moment of the day to celebrate my birthday. But so we're going to go ahead and motion for a month. I think it's going to take us about a month between renderings and my staff vetting it and getting all in lockstep. And I would like to have the opportunity to invite my neighbors to hear from us first before we bring it to council what we've come up with if we're ready to unveil something. Do you agree with those terms?
I agree with those terms, Councilwoman.
Okay, so I'm going to hold.
Your motion is?
My motion, Madam Mayor, is to hold agenda item 58A through D for 1 month, and that would be till the October 15th meeting, correct? All right, that's my motion.
All right, shall we vote? Please post. Motion to obey carries.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 59, 25-0206-SUP1, abeyance item, appeal item, special use permit, applicant, Progressive Living, owner, 1821 East Oakey Trust, for possible action on an appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed community residence, including family community residence and transitional community residence use at 1821 East Oakey Boulevard, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. The Planning Commission recommendation and recommends approval, and staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
And would you please state your name for the record?
Good morning, Mayor Berkeley, esteemed council. My name is Tammy Bass. I'm from the best ward in the city, and that's represented by Alan Polinsky. Ward 4, 2971 North Gateway Road. Close second is Ward 5, of course, my childhood ward. And I am here as the representative for Dr. Akeen and Progressive Psychiatric Services as we come to try to convince you that this is something that's worthy of your support. This is Dr. Akeen, and he's the owner of Progressive Psychiatric Services and Progressive Living. So we are in the behavior and mental health industry, and one thing that we know is that we are woefully deficient of bed space and services when it comes to what we do. We are SAPTA certified. The state approved us overwhelmingly, and one of the reasons they approved us is because not only did we have a residence, but we have a clinic that is top tier, that is staffed with some of the top doctors in this field. And so we were approved overwhelmingly. And one of the things that we've learned from, again, happy birthday. We met with Councilwoman Diaz yesterday and her wonderful staff, and one of the things we know now is that we kind of put the cart before the horse, and we accept that, and that's a hard lesson to learn. However, Mr. Akeen, Dr. Akeen has expended so much money on this house, and to look at the house, it would just be a beautiful house. You wouldn't know that transitional living was happening there, because we've worked really hard to keep the aesthetic, community appropriate, as well as making sure that our residents are vetted, including extensive and intensive assessing and evaluations. Our demographic is 50 and over. And sure, these residents have issues. They have issues with substances, and they are at a point in their lives where they're trying to get help so that they can then go back out into the community. It is not a permanent program. We give 90-day increments in how we address and help our residents. And we are at the point where we understand what the Planning Commission put forth. We also understand what Councilwoman Diaz, her concerns are. And it's because, as a former member of the Nevada State Board of Parole appointed by Governor Gwynn, one of the things I learned as a commissioner is that in Nevada, or especially in Southern Nevada, we don't do a good job of addressing how people are going to be housed who also come with deficits. And so our homeless population, everything goes back to mental health. And so we're trying to do something about that. I only get involved with projects that benefit my city. And I call this my city because I've been here all of my life. I only went away to college and law school. And the moment I got my degree, my Juris Doctor, I knew that I was coming home. This is the place that nurtured me, molded me, formed me. I'm a product of the Clark County School District. Go El Dorado. We're no longer, I can't say Sun Devils because something happened with our name, but go El Dorado, okay? And so I always knew that I'd be back here. And I knew that I wanted to leave my mark. I believe in a place being better because I lived versus worse. And so everything that I do is to make sure that this city remains the city that's on people's list to come and see. And when my friends come from all over the world, they want to see my city. So I want to make sure anything that I get involved with is going to benefit my city. And one of the things that I know about this gentleman and Progressive Psychiatric Services is that we offer a benefit to the citizens of this city, particularly in Councilman Diaz's ward. We understand the concerns. There is a group home, which is different than a transitional living home, which is what we offer. It's not too far from where we are. That's putting the cart before the horse, because had he done his research, we probably wouldn't be here. And we are undaunted by a denial, to be perfectly honest with you. We'd prefer an approval. This was never our permanent home. Ultimately, his dream is to open a transitional living facility so that there would be more beds and more services offered on a larger scale. But we are undaunted. We will complete our mission when it comes to offering this type of a service, whether it be in Councilman Diaz's ward or elsewhere. And so we'd like for you, though, to consider it's not permanent. We expect 3 to 5 years here so that we can purchase property or purchase a facility that we can then rehab and renovate to become that transitional living facility on a larger scale. In the event you can't find it plausible to support us, we would ask sometime to get the current residents resituated and not just do like an immediate dismissal, eviction, or whatever it would be. So those are our points, and Dr. Akeem is going to now address you.
Thank you very much, Council Mayor and the Councilwoman. I'm so happy and honored to be in front of you. This is my second time being here. I've not done this before, but I have good dreams for the community. I wish I'll have the support. And first of all, before I start, I have some of my residents. I would like you guys to know them that when we started this project, I didn't know we need conditional permit or special use permit. It was the state that actually asked after they have approved our substance use as a SEPT certified clinic and the housing as well. So I have the few, if you can permit me to introduce you to the resident, that just to show you the demographic and who are the people that we dream of helping in the community. Can I have Kimberly Smith Larry to come forward to just introduce yourself and your experience in the house so far?
Welcome.
Hi.
Welcome. Would you mind stating your name for the record?
Kimberly.
You gotta give me my...
Could we have a last name?
Oh, Brown.
Thank you.
My name is Larry Smith.
Thank you.
Tell them about your experience in the house.
Oh, my experience in the house has helped me.
Welcome.
Okay, let us move.
But the experience in the house it has helped me. I almost died 6 months ago from a serious alcohol problem. Being in that house and getting the help from Progressive has helped me a lot. I've learned a lot. And I'm thankful to Progressive and the IOP program that I'm in now. It's helped me a lot. And I've been clean for over 90 days when I didn't think that was possible. And it's because of the support from Nicole, her boyfriend, and Progressive. It's helped me a lot, you know. I don't think I would be clean for this long if it wasn't for them. And they let me know that I could stay clean for the rest of my life off alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, through the Lima program, I was introduced to recovery, and it didn't take them, but a seed was planted. So I knew where to come when I needed help. And I came through this house, and Nicole and the doctor, they helped me out a lot. The house has helped me a lot. They have rules which help keep me grounded and focused on my recovery. Without them, I wouldn't be able to have this recovery. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Kimberly Brown. Progressive Psychiatric Service and Progressive Living has really helped me. I've been clean for almost 3 months now. No more cravings. I go to IOP 3 times a week, and it's helped me a lot. I used to live on top of the bridge on Boulder Highway. And all I was doing was getting sick, and I've come to Progressive Living, and they've really kept me on straight and narrow. I go to AA meetings, I go to my IOP, and the place is decent. I mean, everybody has their jobs. We all have curfews, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
We don't bother the neighbors. We don't play loud music. We don't have parties. And we basically stay to ourselves.
Thank you.
And we clean up everything, try to keep everything nice.
Thank you so much.
I would like to introduce the manager of the house. If you can just introduce.
Hi, my name is Nicole Werner.
Hi, Nicole.
No. I just want to say it makes me emotional because, I'm a product of sober living. I was an addict for 30 years, and I have over 3 years sober because of this type of home. And I just hope that you guys can, see what we see and want to help our community and do what we do. You know what I mean? Today I work for Crossroads of Southern Nevada. I'm a behavioral health technician, and I've fully changed my life, and where I started was sober living. So thank you for letting me
Thank you so much for sharing.
So if I can just get a few minutes of your time, please. I just want to show you how our clinic is certified with opioid treatment center, also co-occurring disorders for our clinic, and also opioid treatment as well. And the housing itself is also certified by the state government body, and they are open to come to the house by October 10 to make sure that we are doing the right thing and we are putting resident in the program and how we are helping the program out. And we also report this every month to the state. So I'd just like to show how the structure of the house. The house itself is about 7,000 square feet. The building itself,
The lot.
The lot is 7,000. The building is 2,045. This is a room. It's a co-ed housing. This is one of the room, and this is another room. This is their bathroom that they use, and This is their dining area and living section, their walkway. We provide them with transportation to come to our clinic every 3 days in a week to make sure they don't have any transportation problem. And they have surrounding like a swimming pool to keep the house cool. They have little area where they can sit around and discuss outside the building, so it's not congested. This is another bigger room that we have in the house. Thank you so much. Done?
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate what you have to do, and it's not lost on us. Just know that we are a group of people trying to do a good service for our city, and we hope that we can get your support. Thank you so much again. Happy birthday,
Thank you so
Councilwoman
much.
Diaz. Thank you so much.
May I have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an appeal of the Planning Commissioner's denial of the requested application based upon failure to meet the minimum distance separation and potential for saturation of similar use due to an existing community residence approximately 555 feet away where 660 feet is required. Staff is unable to support the requested special use permit and recommends denial. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is an open hearing. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from members of the City Council? In that case, is there a motion, Councilwoman Diaz?
Yes, Madam Mayor, but before I give my motion, this has been a really hard one for me. My heart is with the work that Dr. Bass and Dr. Akeen and Nicole are doing on a daily basis, and I don't want them to think that I'm not a supporter. I'm your biggest cheerleader. I think we need more of these types of services. However, as you know, when I talked to Dr. Keene and Dr. Bass in my office yesterday, my area is kind of very delicate. I don't want to overwhelm it. A lot of the neighbors adjacent, your proposed transitional living house have voiced very strong opposition, and so I can't not heed and hear the voices of those that are most close to you. And so, again, I hope that we can find a suitable neighborhood where this work can continue because it's sorely needed in our community. But I have to do what my neighbors are telling me that they want, and they say they have less than a block away the other group home, and this would be a bit much for them given the current situation of that neighborhood. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's denial as well as staff's recommendation to deny.
All right. Shall we vote? Please post. Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. And I truly urge you to work with the councilwoman to come up with a solution that would be helpful to you. Okay. Agenda item 60. 24-0185 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.17 acres at 200 Northland Boulevard, 60A 24-0185-ZON1 from R1 Single Family Residential to PO Professional Office, 60B 24-0185-VAR1 to allow 5 parking spaces where 6 are required. 60C 24-0185-SDR1 for the proposed conversion of an existing single-family dwelling into a 1,584 square foot office development with waivers of perimeter landscaping, landscape buffer requirements. The applicant applicant is Fresh General Services LLC, and the owner is Saturday Properties Group LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 3, Ms. Diaz, and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, my name is Guillermo Sataray. I represent Fresh General Services and along with Sataray Properties. I'd also like to point out that I'm here for 60 and 61. It's basically the same. We're asking for the same rezoning for a R1 residential to a PO professional office. I'd like to see if we can, just tackle both of those at the same time. The reason for the zone changing, Dr. Justo Sataray, which owns a large, various properties in this north side of Lamb. Well, basically he wants to do is turn this into a professional office, just because that strip of land, most of those are already being turned into commercial. Most of those professional offices. He owns some medical clinics and I believe some tax services along those corners of Stewart and Lamb. So his plan is basically just to turn these into professional offices so that they can not only, it would look a little bit nicer just to have all professional offices along Lamb, as opposed to having maybe a few residential or vacant lots and then a few nice-looking offices. So we believe that with the reconstruction, the remodeling, this will not only bring a better look to the property, but it's also going to benefit those around it. We already have, they already have tax offices there, many medical services, and I believe that this will only add and benefit to the communities surrounding that. Also, I'd like to say happy birthday to Councilwoman Diaz. And that's basically what we're trying to get done.
Thank you so much. May we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fred Solis for the record. Due to the requested variance for insufficient parking, waivers to not install required landscape buffers, and exceptions to not install required parking lot landscaping, staff has determined that the proposed development will not be harmonious and compatible with the surrounding properties. As such, staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the city council members? Yes.
I used to live, this is where I first moved to Las Vegas. I lived right off of Stewart, between Stewart and Bonanza, and I understand that we are seeing transitioning in some of these neighborhoods on the major thoroughfares. The thing, but I looked at the street while you were talking, and it's one thing to convert to commercial. I'm concerned about the lack of landscape. I think that makes a huge difference. The east side as well as West Las Vegas are suffering greatly from heat. When we don't have any landscaping, no trees, we're just, going over yards, what used to be a yard, with asphalt. It is increasing the heat in the community, and I just want to know, would you all, is there a particular reason that you don't believe you can add landscaping?
The reason why we're asking just for the variance landscaping is because the way that our parking was first designed, we were told that they didn't want anyone backing onto Lamb. Also, one of the things that was an obstacle was when you're turning out onto Lamb, they didn't want any big trees or any big obstacles. Any landscaping that would obstruct the right turn away. The reason why we're asking for the variance is just because the parking, we redesigned it, I believe it was 3 times, and due to the redesign, we came to basically a decision to ask for that variance of landscaping because if we were to provide more landscaping, we would also need to take away more of that parking. That way, providing less parking for any client that does visit that office.
Ms. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I was telling, I'm usually not the naysayer on a lot of these votes, but I have to agree with staff's report. We want to see things coming into the city that are going to help us elevate and lift our neighborhoods. And when we have to do away with the parking and give you a variance, and when we have to basically bless it without any landscaping as articulated by my council member from Ward 5, it's just not elevating us where we need to be. And if anything, it may be creating some future issues that come of it. And so also in the back of my mind, I'm analyzing where we have blessed professional office use, and it used to be residential, and a lot of those places are not, they need a lot of help and assistance. They need a lot of investment. They need a lot, they're just not keeping and staying a professional office use. And so as things are evolving and changing and people are shifting, and we hear constantly as a council that like over 40% of professional office is vacant in our city, that's something, a statistic that's also in my head saying, I'd rather this still be a home and provide the ability to a family to live in it, and I want to be respectful also to residents that still have their homes that are adjacent you. So for these reasons, I'm going to move to deny this rezoning, agenda item 60A to 60C.
Okay. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion passes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
we need to do it for 61 as well?
Yes, we do. I'll do an I have to read them
Yes.
from what I understand,
Yes.
and then we can have an abbreviated vote.
Okay.
Item 61, 24-0186, on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.17 acres at 212 North Lamb Boulevard, 61A, 24-0186-ZON1, from R1 Single Family Residential to PO Professional Office, 61B, 24-0186-VAR1, to allow 5 parking spaces where 6 are required, 61C, 24-0186-SDR1, for the proposed conversion of an existing single-family dwelling into a 1,736 square foot office development with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant is Fresh General Services, LLC. The owner is Saturday Properties Group, LLC. Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial. These are in Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. They are public hearings, which I now declare open. We've already heard from the applicant, and I understand the staff has recommended a no vote. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing nobody, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to Ms. Diaz.
Madam Mayor, I move to deny agenda item 61A to 61C.
Okay, shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 62, 24-0527-VAR1 variance. Applicant owner Maria Hernandez for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow 2 existing patio covers that do not conform to Title 19.06 development standards for setbacks and aesthetic compatibility, and to allow an existing front yard wall that exceeds maximum height standards on 0.13 acres at 1415 Crestwood Avenue, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. Planning Commission voted for approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I can, Emma Jimenez for the record, for the Department of Neighborhood Services. I will be translating for the applicant.
Thank you and welcome. Please state your names for the record.
Mi nombre es María G. Hernández de Martínez. Mi domicilio es 1415 Crestwood. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Juanita Martinez. I'm Maria's daughter. My address is 1415 Crestwood Avenue. Okay, I want to keep this patio because my father made it. He passed away, and we want to keep it for something sentimental. I don't know how to say the word, but it's for emotional, to keep it because he made it. I know Planning Commission, he approved it, but we had to make like a adjustment. I have pictures over here. I can show you. And we agree for them, like, to make the adjustment. ¿Tú quieres decir algo?
No, está bien. Since you are with our neighborhood services, can you kind of educate us about how they're here before us today? I'm sure maybe one of your departments were in the work with these neighbors.
Yes. So they received the code notice for an unpermitted structure. So it is the front patio.
Would you
and the
speak
back.
into the mic, please?
So they received the code notice for unpermitted structures. Originally, they had built it without any permits in place. So it is regarding the front patio and the backyard patio. Originally, planning commissioners had asked that we get with an engineer to be able to come up with a plan to make it compatible with the rest of the dwelling and make it aesthetically pleasing to the neighborhood. So the items that she was showing previously were the renderings of that set. So it's going to be all matched in stucco. It goes a little bit more in detail in this photo here, but it will be all painted and matched accordingly to the home, if approved.
Thank you. I think it's important that we know the road that they've traveled and why they're now before us. And I don't know, Madam Mayor, do you want to hear the staff report?
Well, I'd like to hear the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the Planning Commission, the applicant presented updated patio cover elevations as depicted on the overhead that resulted in the elimination of a portion of the variance application that addressed their incompatible patio cover aesthetics with that of the primary dwelling. Staff finds the entire request to be self-imposed hardship as the patio covers and the fence were constructed without permits, and staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to address the City Council on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and ask if there's any members of the City Council that wishes to comment on this item. Seeing nobody? Oh, Ms. Summers Armstrong?
I just have a question. Are they adding the patio cover in the back, or is it already there as well?
I think.
La pregunta es que si van a agregar el patio en la parte trasera o van a reconstruirla de enfrente. Todavía no nos queda claro cómo van a modificar las estructuras de la sombra.
Todavía no hemos arreglado nada, ni la parte de atrás ni la de enfrente.
Planning Commission's main concern was the aesthetics and compatibility of the front one. The back one will be remaining the same.
Okay.
It will all the home will all be painted so that it all matches.
So I guess just for council's education information, the Planning Commission approved them to keep the back patio since it's not visible from the street. And then they would have to change their front patio to the rendition that we're seeing here. That has to be built out.
Okay, and are they, can you ask if they're capable and willing to do that?
Okay, según la Comisión de Planificación, ellos les permiten ahora construir este patio que estamos viendo en nuestra pantalla. Les puedo decir que mi comisionado de planificación no es un fan de permitir construir patios, pero sí le gustó lo que trajeron ustedes para presentarles, y lo que quiere saber la alcaldesa es si ustedes van a construir, si nosotros damos nuestro sí, nuestra aprobación, van a construir lo que estamos viendo en la pantalla en la parte de enfrente de su casa.
Sí.
Tenemos su palabra que sí lo van a, porque es un proceso donde tienen que sacar permisos y luego lo tienen que hacer y tienen que estar en contacto con nosotros para dejarnos saber que sí lo realizaron.
Sí.
Okay, they're saying yes.
Okay, so they're
But
willing
they
to...
would build this patio that we're seeing on our screen out.
Okay, in that case, are there any other questions or comments? In that case, we will entertain a motion.
Well, I told them in Spanish that my planning commissioner is not fond of patio structures, but he was actually a fan of this one because it does harmonize with the house, and he thought it was aesthetically pleasing. So if Trinity Schlottman is on board, that is a big deal for Ward 3 because he's not a fan of these front patio structures. So I'm going to move to approve agenda item 62. Are there any conditions, planning staff, that I need to be aware of or put on the record?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, the existing requirements for matching the aesthetic that's shown there is handled through the Planning Commissioner's condition. That's part of
Vamos
the
a votar, bueno, mi moción es aprobar los planos que la Comisión de Planificación aprobaron para que ustedes continúen reemplazando su patio de enfrente. Pero ahorita vamos a tomar el voto, así es que vamos a ver los votos.
Está bien.
And your motion is?
My motion is to approve agenda item 62.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
Felicidades, pasó la moción.
Muchas gracias.
You're welcome. Agenda item 63 is 63A through 63C, held in abeyance to the October 15th City Council meeting. Agenda item 64, 25-0107-SDR1, Site Development Plan Review, applicant owner NYC Development LLC for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed two-story, 4-unit multifamily residential development on 0.17 acres at 213 Harrison Avenue, T4-N, T4 Neighborhood Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. The Planning Commission voted to approve, and the staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Adrian Plata with Plata Design, and here is the owner and contractor, Juan Sanchez.
Would you like to tell us about your project?
I can do that. So we have a two-story fourplex. We worked quite a bit with some planners because this is a very unique zone, the T4N zone. And we were able to meet all of the zoning requirements with the porch in the front, the parking in the rear, 2 dumpsters back here, and 2 units on the first floor, 2 units on the second floor. Each unit is about 1,050 square feet. They are, while I'm here, you can see that we have landscaping and some hardscape common area in the front. And then let's get to an enlarged. This was it. So here's just the first floor plan of the building. You will see that there's 2 bedrooms, a master bath, and then a shared bath, and then a living kitchen area, and each one has a patio. And since it's a 2-story fourplex, they're basically all the same. And then here are some renders. And if you have any questions, we're both happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. Could I have a report by staff, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff finds the proposed multifamily development is compatible with the adjacent development and redevelopment vision within the surrounding area of the subject site. Therefore, staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Does anybody else wish to speak on this item? Seeing nobody, I will close the public hearing. Does anybody on the City Council have any questions or comments? Seeing none, Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did meet with the applicant, his representative, and although this project does meet all of the requirements, I have concerns about the escalation that this project would bring to current density right there in between current single-family homes. And I just think at this point that density escalation is of concern to me, and I would move for denial.
You move for denial. All right, shall we vote? Please post. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Agenda item 65, 25-0169-VAR1, variance, applicant owner Jorge Luis Yanez Jimenez for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow 2 proposed residential accessory structures, a casita and storage, that do not conform with Title 19.06 development standards for size, coverage, and separation on a 0.14 acres at 505 Holland Avenue. R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Subject to conditions, staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jaime de la Vega. I represent the owner and the applicant.
Jaime.
And good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council. And yes, this is a project, and believe me, we try to educate, especially Latin people, about construction without permits. And this is the structure that we're talking about. It's altogether it is 624 square feet. This is the floor plan. This is like a little casita apartment with a little living area, a bathroom, a little well-back sink, and a bedroom, and it's going to be a door that connects directly with the storage. So basically, it's just one whole building, but with like 2 different uses: storage and living quarters. And I'd like to remark that the new casita, if it's going to be approved, it's going to look like this, and it's going to be 100% compatible with existing residence. 1-story, stucco, shingles, windows, doors, everything is going to match the existing. And I think that's it. Unfortunately, they start building without permits, and code enforcement show up and stop them. And then they contact us, and we try to help, to be back on track and pull the permits and do the right thing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
May I have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The variance request is a result of a code enforcement action that was processed on April 17, 2024 for a non-permitted patio cover, exterior house additions, and 3 accessory structures at the rear of the property that were being used as dwelling units. The submitted plans indicate that the 3 structures will be removed and replaced with a single 624 square foot residential accessory structure. The Planning Commission approved the request with amended conditions requiring internal access between the living and storage sections of the new accessory structure. Staff finds that no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to develop an accessory structure that does not conform with Title 1906 development standards. As such, staff is recommending denial of the request. Thank you.
All right. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any questions and comments from members of the City Council? Yes, Ms. Armstrong.
Would you please put up the drawing of the structure from the top that shows the...
This one?
Yes. You had another one that showed where the storage unit would have a door going into it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is the structure that we're talking about, and this patio cover also was built without permits, but in this one, we already submit plans and a structural calculation to building department. So I believe this patio cover is gonna be approved because comply with all building codes.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you're going to turn the patio cover that is 578 square feet into a residence living quarters, as well as this proposed 624 square feet?
Yes, what happened, this patio cover is, the original is kind of close with the proposed structure, and we're going to remove just the eave, to have the exactly 6 foot separation. That is a code required.
Okay, so concerns. You had another drawing that showed
yes
that view.
These, yes.
Yeah.
All right. So even with the door, and you have that area considered to the left or right, a storage, that is large enough to be another apartment. And then you want to add a patio cover that you want to convert to living space as well. So this would have 1, 2, 3, 4 living quarters on this very small lot. You have no landscaping in the front. It's all covered with concrete. It is not harmonious in the front of the residence with the neighbors on either side who have left their grass in the front, have trees in the front and bushes, and this residence has none of that. And it's changing the what is a residential area now into something different. These are old neighborhoods that, in my opinion, we have to really work hard to ensure that our communities remain livable, residential neighborhoods. And I know that we need additional housing, but no, I'm just struggling that we're telling people that the only way that they can be able to afford housing is to live on top of a concrete pad that has nothing to offer it. There's no place for a kid to run. There's no grass for a dog. Nothing. It's all concrete. And I'm really concerned about this. I'm not pleased.
Can I make another comment? We're planning because in this area, we already planted some trees, and I suggest that from here to there, all this part is going to be artificial grass, except just a little walkway right here. But all this, with maybe we can plant a minimum 3 trees, 3 kind of large trees, and at least 2 on this side. Yeah, we're planning to do that. And I'm sorry, this site plan is basically, it's just the very, very first idea. But we're thinking on putting more trees. Now, the patio is completely open on these 3 sides. So the patio basically is going to be part of the backyard, like open space.
So you're calling it a patio now, but earlier you said it was going to be converted into living space.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, no, the patio is going to be patio cover, no living area. No, the only thing that is a living quarter is this part, and the storage stays as a storage, but the patio is going to stay as a patio.
Planning staff, can you comment as to whether or not we can condition landscaping as he has sketched?
Madam Chair, through you, Councilwoman, first off, for clarification, he is correct. The elevations do show a patio cover only, so there are columns and it's open the way he's describing. And second, yes, we can add a condition. I'll take a second to craft it up, but we can add a condition to place it in that dirt portion along the front property line.
Thank you. So if I'm hearing properly, the existing demi half circle at the front will be landscaped.
Yes.
And that you will add landscaping on the sides on both sides.
Yes.
And that there will not be any living quarters added in the back. The storage will remain storage.
Yes, yes. And the patio remains as patio, and we're gonna plant at least 5 large trees.
Well, smaller trees do better in the heat. If you do 15 or 24, not too big, or they'll die from shock. Anyway, that's the wannabe arborist in me. Thank you for making these adjustments. We want these neighborhoods to remain beautiful and even be improved if we just all work together to recognize that these are residential communities. And considering the reduction in the size of the patio cover, the assurance that the proposed addition remains just a single, as you've drawn it, no additional living in the back, and the addition of landscape, I move to approve.
All right. Shall we vote?
One motion.
Oh.
One moment, through you, Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for the record. So I'm just crafting the conditions so that you have the landscaping being adhering to your direction. A revised landscape plan shall be submitted to the Department of Community Development prior to or at the same time as submitting for a building permit depicting the installation of landscaping within the front and side yards consistent with what was depicted at the September 17, 2025 City Council meeting.
Is that your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein. I'm learning, but I get ahead. Thank you, sir, for your input there. And yes, ma'am, that is my motion.
Thank you. And do you agree to all the conditions that have
Yes.
just been set forth?
Yes, we agree. We agree.
All right, thank you very
No,
much.
thank you,
Shall we vote? Post? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And happy birthday, Mrs. Diaz.
Agenda item 66, 25-0182-SDR1, Site Development Plan Review, applicant Peterson Management LLC, owner Madison Church LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed parking facility concurrent with an approved mixed-use development with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements on 0.80 acres at 300 South 7th Street, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. The Planning Commission recommended approval, subject to conditions. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Liz Olson, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant and stepping in for Ms. Lazovich. She sends her apologies. She's stuck at the county today. This site is located on 7th Street and Bridger. We're just across the street from the Las Vegas Academy here. The site had been operating and owned by a church for over a decade. During the days that they were not having service, they were operating the parking lot as a paid parking lot. Unfortunately, they did not have the appropriate entitlements to do so. Our client and new property owner has now purchased the site. He would like to continue operating that parking lot until a future use is either moved in or developed on the site. So we are before you for those entitlements. We did agree at the planning commission that we would add landscaping to the empty landscape planters that you see along the street there. And we would also be restriping the parking lot for some better circulation and access to the site. So appreciate planning commission's recommendation and here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. May we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The landowner currently holds an approved unexpired entitlement to construct a mixed-use development on this 0.8 acres at the southwest corner of Bridger and 7th Street. The applicant, with the permission of the landowner, is intending to continue the operation of existing parking facility on a portion of the site in the interim period between approval and permanent development of the mixed-use development. There are no special development standards for temporary parking lots in this area. Therefore, the proposed lot would be considered as a parking facility by Title 19. Staff supports efforts to meet the demanding for additional parking in the downtown area. However, in this particular area, development standards do not encourage temporary parking lots. As such, staff supports providing perimeter and interior landscaping as required by Title 19 and therefore recommends denial of the site development plan review. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to address the city council? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions from members of the city council? Okay. In that case, Ms. Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This has been operating as a parking lot. We're grateful that you're coming to actually be acknowledged and get the permissions to operate as such. My staff and I did go back and Google Earth takes on this lot back to 2007, and we couldn't see why the planters had been put in to begin with, but we're happy you're putting 3 new trees, because we'll take as many trees as we can get as a city, and you help us further that goal with bringing hopefully some more shade and coolness to our valley. So I don't really see a problem. We usually do a lot of this of making things a parking lot while we figure out the funding and the next foot forward for the space, what the needs of the community may be. And so I'm gonna agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval and move to approve agenda item 66.
Okay, shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Congratulations. Agenda item 67. 25-0262-VAR1 variance, applicant owner Dwayne Glenn Martinson for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow existing residential accessory structures, a shed and stables, a proposed residential accessory structure, detached garage, and an existing front yard wall that do not conform to Title 19.06 development standards for setback, separation, and solid wall height on 0.47 acres at 5471 Florine Street, RE Residential Estate Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Since the applicant is not present, we will postpone this for a later meeting.
We'll need a motion for an abeyance.
May I have a motion?
I move for abeyance to October 15th, please.
Okay. Please vote. Post. Motion passes. If we post. Post. Is anybody not voting?
Me, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Are you voting now?
She voted.
All right. Motion passes. Now, is somebody going to contact the applicant? Oh, thank you. Okay, agenda item 68. This item was held in abeyance to the November 5th, 2025 City Council meeting. Agenda item 69. This item has been tabled. Agenda item 70, reports and presentations. Report by Reese Oswald, Region 2 Superintendent, on the current educational operations in schools within the Clark County School District in the city of Las Vegas. This impacts all wards. Dr. Malich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council, Dr. Tammy Malich, Director of Youth Development and Social Initiatives for the record. Without further ado, since he has been waiting patiently, I will turn it over as required under statute for the Q2 report from Clark County Clark County School Associate Superintendent, Dr. Reese Oswald.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Berkeley and council members. My name is Reese Oswalt, and I'm the proud Region 2 Superintendent of the Clark County School District. In regards to compliance status, on November 25th, 2024, the district received a notice of noncompliance related to the district's ability to provide accurate, complete, and timely information necessary for the development and implementation of school plans of operation. The district has worked with a noncompliance monitor appointed by the Nevada Department of Education to further progress on the process improvement plan, for which the final report was provided to the Board of Trustees on August 14, 2025. this morning or afternoon. I'll be reviewing disaggregated data that was presented to our Board of Trustees during the second quarter of 2025, covering April through June. Topics include perceptions of student safety, chronic absenteeism, and student behavior. In my last municipality report, you shared that you wanted data broken down by ward. I apologize that we were unable to provide that today. We had some changes in our assessment, accountability, research, and school improvement division that hindered that outcome. Please know that I'll continue to work with our team and plan to work with Dr. Malich on the next report to provide that data. Regarding student safety, the percentage of students reporting positive responses is stable. Elementary students report the highest percentage of positive responses with 86.9%. Middle school students report an increase of 2% to 76.7%, and high school students show the largest improvement with increases in all student groups. In regards to chronic absenteeism, moving on from student safety, I'm pleased to report on our progress with chronic absenteeism. For the third consecutive year, we're seeing a significant drop in chronic absenteeism rates across the district. All student populations showed improvement, with the largest improvement in the populations of students eligible for special education and students who are English language learners. In regards to student discipline, my final key area sees a positive trend with a decrease in removals from instruction. There are increases in removals from instruction for students eligible for special education. And to finish up in celebration, Region 2 is celebrating significant increases in our Nevada School Performance Framework ratings. Specifically, we had 35 schools increase by 1 star, we had 5 schools increase by 2 stars, and we had 1 school go from 1 to 4 stars in a single year. Lastly, we now have 17 5-star schools, which is up from 10 5-star schools the year prior. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from members of the City Council? Yes, Ms. Bruni.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. We had heard that a lot of the score, a significant number of schools actually did increase their star rating. Has the district done some analysis to determine what's driving that? Is it reduction in chronic absenteeism rates? Is it higher proficiency on the standardized test scores? Because we also saw a headline last week saying that the proficiency levels are actually lower than they were prior to the pandemic. And so have you done any analysis to figure out why our schools have improved their star ratings?
Sure. I think it's all of the above. I think, approximately 3 years ago, we began to implement Tier 1 instructional materials consistent across the district. That was very helpful. We implemented math. We added Core 95 as a phonics component, which is a significant benefit to elementary schools. We have ELA Tier 1 materials that are consistent across the district as well, elementary, middle, and high. And then I think also 3 years ago, we started to implement a professional learning community process where teachers plan together, they develop assessments together, they analyze and respond to instruction together based upon how students are performing. Essentially, for lack of a better, trying to make quality contagious from room to room within buildings and get teachers working together and learning from one another. But I also think chronic absenteeism is part of it, right? As that goes down and we see kids sitting in seats more, that's certainly beneficial. And our staffing rates are better, right? Our vacancy rates have improved significantly as well. And so we're getting in a better position in terms of having a licensed teacher in every classroom, more so than we have probably in my 26 years in the district. So I think there's a lot of things involved in that, some of which being those, but probably some others as well.
Thank you so much. Yes, Ms. Diaz.
So your response kind of triggered a question for me is, where are we with teacher vacancy rates and where are we struggling to fill those vacancies?
Yeah, so I think I wouldn't want to misspeak on the numbers exactly, not being in HR, but I know that we're less than 500 vacancies, which is a very low number historically in our district, again, since I came here in 1999. We still have some vacancies in special education positions, but in terms of the other positions, those rates have went down significantly. And again, I wouldn't want to misspeak on the exact number, but I know it's much lower than it's been in many, many years in terms of vacancies that we currently have.
Very encouraging. Would anybody else like to ask Dr. Oswalt a question? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I think last time it was your first meeting here, so now it's the second. So I'm going to ask Ms. Malich to set up a meeting between you, me, and anybody else you want from the school district to talk about WASDN as a magnet school. And the reasoning is because we're going to have a number of universities coming into the medical district with a pronounced focus on educating the medical community, and I think Waston has a lot to gain from that conversation. I would like to work with Ms. Malich on setting that up.
Yeah, that'd be great. I did share that request, but I think having a meeting to sit down and kind of talk about the details and opportunities with you would be fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Armstrong.
Hi, thank you for being here. We had a nice conversation not long ago with Ms. Ebert, and they talked about the efforts that you all are making, but I just want to say that it's almost the end of 2025, and there, in my opinion, is no excuse why you all cannot provide information by ward. And so I would hate to have you come to the next meeting and have a similar excuse. That's important to us. It's critical for us so that we can talk to our internal staff and our YDSI folks so we can figure out where we put our resources that we have, that as we're trying to support educational excellence, it helps us to figure out where we need to be talking to our principals and building relationships. So I think you all can do that, and I think that it's a matter of will. And I would hope that you all would find the will to figure out how to purport this data out to us on a ward level.
I appreciate that, and I intend to. And I own the fact that I came here today without it, and very much accept that, and will do everything I can to come to the next one with that information. So I understand completely. Thank you.
Dr. Oswald, thank you so much for the presentation. This is a report only, and so no action is required from the City Council. Thank you so much. Agenda item 71. Setting a set date on appeals filed or required public hearings. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings and nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 72, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. It will be limited to 2 minutes. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Would you mind reintroducing yourself, sir?
Steve Small, 8565 South Warbonnet, retired architect. I spoke earlier on the public comment area, of which it was held to only 2 minutes. I would hope in this period I would have a little bit longer time to explain my position in trying to represent the public. On the 970 acres that the city is purchasing, direct against constitutional items. Number one, it's a public trust item, the federal lands. And therefore, the check is made directly to the Treasury Department. The check that you're going to issue, if you do, doesn't go to BLM. Goes directly to Treasury Department. They have separate funding from the Congress for their operations. They manage they manage the lands for us, the public. They do not own it. Neither does the Democratic Party. Number two, if you do purchase it, and it does go through, that any recommendation to the IG of the Department of Interior would be sent by me. Number three, seems how it's against the law for diversion and conversion under the law. That's $10,000 fine and a minimum or a maximum of $250,000. That's like the Navy selling a ship to scrap and keeping the money. Doesn't work that way. Number two, seeing as how this is a public-private partnership that's been recommended, that the housing is at 6,000 square feet, 6,000 units, there must be a master plan already in works. They're calling for a 29-lot subdivision, which would patent directly over the top of the issuance of the land use. I don't know whether that master plan has even gone through. If the city purchases the land and then turns it over to a developer direct.
I'll give you another 30 seconds to wrap up.
Oh, you're going to hold me up for the time limit?
No, I'm going to give you an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I've said my piece. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to address the council? Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Mayor, and to the council members. My name is Brenda Thomas, and I'm here on behalf of Doolittle Active Adult Center, where we are a very active group. I'm a participant and a very qualified volunteer there, where we give back to the Fisher House, the Cancer Center, and a lot of community schools. We do partner with Victory Baptist Church, Abundant Life Seventh-day Adventist Church, and West Las Vegas Art Center, just to name a few people that participate with us. We do have some concerns today, and our concerns today consist of Saturday closing. And the problem with our Saturday closing, it kind of locks us down to not being able to use the center for a lot of our community that use that center for repasses, birthday parties, milestone celebrations, and then community outreach. We cannot, some of them still have to work, so they're not able to come any other time. Some of our seniors are visually impaired, so they only can come in the daylight. Some of them don't have transportation to go farther out of the community to any other locations that would possibly be provided for any of these other celebrations that we mentioned. Also, we would like to look at just having the staff. It took a minute for us to get some qualified staff once the previous staff left, and we kind of felt like we were being overlooked. And so we would like to keep a staff that maintained an integrity that was there before, and also just look at the culture that you're coming into and just kind of remember that we're there. Also, that we are one of the few senior active adult centers that have a gym, and now we're required to pay for it. Well, we're talking about people that live on a budget, limited income to begin with, and so it's kind of hard to try to keep yourself together or keep up with the dues and everything else. I'm sorry, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Jade Payne, and I want to touch up on the Doolittle Adult Active Center. We have class on Saturday, and as she stated, we have people that work during the week, and this is a way for them to come in and get some physical activity, the camaraderie that we have. And it's just really important that we have this type of interaction with one another. Right now, we have been moved to the Doolittle Community Center, and it's a lot going on over there. We kind of value our space. It's very important that we get together with people of our own age, and so we're just hoping that we can get that moved back to the active community center. And we also wanted to reiterate our time. Our time has been cut for 2 hours, or cut to 2 hours, and we already want to go back to 3 hours. The space is just valuable space. We have so many activities that go on there, so many things that are happening, and we just want to reiterate that we would like to go back to the active adult community center.
All right, thank you so much.
Oh, we do have a petition of over 100 people that have signed that are also very involved, and they wanted to make sure that they signed that petition, so.
Do you have the petition with you?
I do.
Would you hand it, well, the city clerk will get it from you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Ms. Summers Armstrong, Doolittle is in your ward, is it not?
It is the Jewel, part of our education area, right adjacent to the West Las Vegas Library and the soon-to-be expanded art center. And so we've had a lot of conversations, and we're still working with Parks and Recreation to see how we can continue to serve to the highest level. So I'm hearing these things, Mayor, and promise you, ma'am, that I will be working with staff to do the best we can.
I appreciate that very much. Mr. Nimrod.
Morning. Hey, good afternoon.
Yes, it is.
Happy birthday, Councilwoman Olivia. You are still a child. You know that. In Genesis, the 5th chapter, the 27th verse, Methuselah lived to be 969 years young. Anything less than 500 is a baby to me. That's right. Believe that. I believe the Bible. Oh, good morning, beloved Mayor Shelley and all of you mighty council members. My name is Eric Melchizedek Christ Nimrod. You can find my victorious twin brother Jesus Christ defeating death, the Roman cross, and poverty in the Gospels and Revelation, the 1st chapter, the 18th verse, and Revelation, the 3rd chapter, the 21st verse. By the way, that school report was pathetic. Correct. Nimrod means valiant, strong in the Hebrew language. You can fact check that in Young's Analytical Concordance to the Bible, page 696. In Genesis, the 10th chapter, the 6th to the 12th verse, King Nimrod builds 8 cities for the people in the King James Version. In Genesis, the 11th chapter, the 1st to the 9th verse, the Tower of Babel was never built. And King Nimrod is never mentioned in the 11th chapter, the 1st to the 9th verse. The people who did try to build the Tower of Babel were scattered all over the earth. Therefore, there are many languages and much Babel in the world, especially Babel in religion. Agenda 19, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder is usually chosen. Agenda 32 is about extension of expiration dates. There are always expiration dates. So the person who evidently is the lowest and responsible bidder winds up not being the lowest responsible bidder and not responsible without money. I'll put in a low bid, then I got it extended. There's always extensions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Agenda item 73, council emerging issues. This is a discussion regarding potential items for future city council agendas or awards. Any discussion must be limited to whether or not such proposed items shall be placed on a future agenda, and no discussion regarding the substance of any proposed topic shall occur. No action shall be taken. Do any members of the council have any topics that they would like to bring forward under this item? Okay. Then we will move to agenda item 74. Council members' recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Yes, please.
I'll be quick.
No, we could stay here forever.
No, because it's Councilwoman Diaz's birthday, and we want to let her go and have some time. We had a busy...
She doesn't mind staying. She doesn't.
Okay. I'm not trying to get messed up in here. On September 11th, we were invited and truly honored to join Councilwoman Frances Allen Polinsky with the at a September 11th remembrance with the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue folks up at Policeman's Park. I'm stumbling because now I've lost my place. It was beautiful, it was respectful and heartfelt, and I'm glad that I was able to participate. You did a wonderful job, my colleague, and thank you. On the 12th of September, we had a principals roundtable at the new Wetsy building. It was amazing. We got a great tour. We had principals participate from schools throughout Ward 5. We had presentations. I am super excited that this building is already being activated and good things are going to happen there. And I encourage the community to learn more and participate a lot. Next, on the September 12th, I was invited downtown to the plaza to light the fireworks. It was so much fun. They closed the street. People who were down there filled the street and were so excited to participate in the fireworks. Thank you so much to the plaza leadership. I'm losing my mind here, the young man's name in the middle. Jonathan Jossel was there, Sam Cherry was there, my hubby came with me, and of course the always present regulator, Julius Lightfoot. We had a really wonderful day, and it was a great event. Just want to throw a couple things out here for upcoming events. We have the 11th Annual Girls Aviation Day coming up on September the 20th. Folks, if you've got a daughter or even a son who's interested in aviation, we ask you to please check out the newsletter. It is there. It's an important opportunity for our young people to look at what kinds of careers are available. And aviation is one, and we want our young people to know that that is a possibility for their future. Coming up on October the 11th, we will have a community cleanup at Ethel Pearson Park, 9 a.m. to 11. There's registration online if you'd like to join us. We're going to go out there and do a great job and make that park look as beautiful as possible, and we are excited to have you join us. We are still looking for folks to be in AmeriCorps. We need AmeriCorps. They are helping us with all kinds of wonderful things throughout the city. Namely, they're helping with getting kids who are not showing up to school. They're going to their homes as part of trying to reduce our absenteeism and other important things in the community. So please, if you're interested, contact us about being in the AmeriCorps program. And as always, we've got green ball tennis at Lorenzi Park. Come out, hit the ball, get some exercise. It's free on those some days during the week for your kids. It's a great sport, and it's a lifetime sport. Just ask our city manager, Mike. He and I are of a certain age, and we're still out there doing the darn thing on the tennis court. So anytime you need help, one more thing. Help us make our streets safer. RTC is still has their survey out there. They want to hear from folks. We want to make our communities walkable, bikeable, and able for our seniors also to get around on devices. So please make sure your voice is heard through their survey. And now I will say that you have a beautiful picture of my staff, Nora, Julius, and Ara. We can be reached at 702-229-5443 or by email at ward5@lasvegasnevada.gov. We are here to serve. Thank you.
And I will agree with you. You have a very beautiful staff. Before we call on Councilwoman Polinsky, Mr. Small, may we be of assistance to you? Can I make a suggestion? This has been a very long meeting. Would you mind putting your presentation in some form of writing and sending it to us? I think that would be far more productive for us to understand exactly what you are presenting. And of course, if anybody, I think everybody has a place they need to be.
Yeah. Yeah, my phone is on the card.
Your phone is on the card.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Because I've called and stopped in at the county all the time, trying to talk to them at the 7th floor on the same items about the conversion and diversion.
I think it would be very helpful if you put it in writing, so perhaps we could understand it a little better.
Well, it's there.
All right, thank you so much.
Bruins District, maybe she can, call me and I could go through her.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Councilwoman Valensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. September is National Preparedness Month, a time to highlight those who keep our community strong in the face of emergencies. On Monday, September 8th, I had the opportunity to give Brian Scroggins a proclamation that I honored him for his leadership and dedication to emergency preparedness. Through the Emergency Management Foundation and his service as our very own Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Chaplain, Brian has supported first responders, advanced disaster preparedness, and provided care when it's needed most. It's a great way to honor him for his efforts. Next up, on Thursday, September 11th, the City of Las Vegas and the Las Vegas 1013 Club came together to host a 9/11 remembrance that Councilwoman Chandra Summers Armstrong was blessed to attend. Thank you for coming. As the ceremony ended, the 1013 Club released a series of balloons in tribute to the lives lost. And Councilwoman Bruni, I'll acknowledge this will be the last year for the balloon release. The blue balloons rose in honor of the officers who perished on 9/11, while the yellow balloons symbolized those who continue to suffer from the long-lasting effects of that day. It was a reminder of the deep sacrifices made and a celebration of the courage and lives who we will never forget. Next up, Saturday, September 13th, was the National Day of Service. Volunteers came together at Centennial High School and Lovett Middle School in my own backyard to make ornaments for the Nevada tree on the U.S. Capitol, fleece blankets, and move-in kits for the unhoused. Volunteering is a great way to give back to our communities. It was inspiring to see individuals come together by making time to be present, to care, and to engage in a cause larger than themselves. Again, thank you to each and every young person and old person who is a part of this special day. Next up, join us on Friday, October 4th, for a movie in the park featuring a showing of Hocus Pocus at Huckleberry Park. There will be a trunk or treat in the parking lot, festive Halloween music, food trucks for purchase, popcorn, and Hocus Pocus theme activities for kids, dressed to impress for our Sanderson Sisters costume contest. It will be a night you won't want to miss. On Tuesday, October 7th, downtown Summerlin will be hosting a national night out. You can join the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for a family-friendly free event, and they usually have the impressive large apparatus out. I know I will be there and excited. Next, please take a moment to look at the faces on this slide. 15 children are still missing from our community. If you recognize any of them or have any information that could help, please contact Las Vegas MPD Missing Person Detail at 702-828-3111. Please help us bring our kids home. And lastly, you can stay up to date with everything happening in Ward Forward by following me on Facebook, Instagram, X, all the things. We are constantly sharing updates, community news, and upcoming events. If you ever need any assistance or have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to us directly the old-fashioned way, 702-229-2524. We are always here to provide any help that we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is National Library Card Sign-Up Month, and I'm in the library a couple times a week now with my children. So you can get access to books, movies, digital resources, homework help, and more, and it's all for free. And card holders this month can enter to win amazing prizes from the Library District. Scan the QR code to learn more. And I'm promoting Family Fun Night at Mirabelli. You can join our community for a night of fun for the whole family. This Friday at Mirabelli Community Center is Family Bingo from 5:30 to 7. Follow the QR code to register. Thank you, Mayor.
No, thank you so much. Ms. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to remind everyone watching that we won't have a meeting in the first week of October, so we will not be doing the business of the city until October 15th. So just want to put it out there because that was not calendared. So just a gentle reminder to those who view us and tune in to our meetings. We'll see you on October 15th. On September 4th, we had a great day here in our fabulous city. Mayor Berkeley and my colleagues and myself, we all were able to cut the ribbon of the awesome Las Vegas Civic Center and Plaza, also known as Carolyn G. Goodman Plaza. Obviously, Mike went extensively into this endeavor earlier today, but it was just awesome to have 3 prior city managers there with us, and both Mayor Goodmans also present for this just a momentous occasion for us as we opened and recognized that greatness is in our future. So thank you to all who joined us that day. On September 6th, we had a National Cleanup Day in the Mayfair neighborhood. A huge thank you to everyone who participated in that effort. We had our incredible Neighborhood Services Department taking the lead on this event, and our volunteers, including a team from Morgan & Morgan and students from UNLV. All of your time, energy, and commitment make a lasting impact, especially for our neighbors, and we are so grateful to you. So thank you all. With the collective help, we were able to pick up 271 pounds of trash.
Whoa.
On September 8th, the Economic Development Administration made a visit to Las Vegas, and it was a great pleasure to welcome Tarshay Collins and Brittany McFarland, who unfortunately couldn't make it last minute, but we hope she'll come back to see what amazing efforts we continue to drive here with Workforce Connections, with CSN, with the city, with our awesome YDSI department. But we basically had her here to talk to her about all the awesome workforce things that we're doing, including our historic West Side Education and Training Center, and thank them for their $6.9 million investment to make this project a reality. And yesterday, we got the news that the $5 million EDA award to go to our East Side Education and Training Center is also a reality. So can't wait for the East Side to have their Etsy coming on board in a few years too. On September 15th, this is for all the foodies. If you love Thai food, we have a Weira Thai now closer to City Hall campus. The Weira Thai street food had its grand opening on Monday, and we were thrilled to have the mayor there celebrating this successful grand opening, and it's the 5th restaurant for the owner, for Sasi, and to the 2nd location in city boundaries. And so I feel like the luckiest council member to have Thai food offerings of high caliber in Ward 3. And I hope you guys will go out and support, because they do amazing food there.
We want to go right now.
Yes, right?
Right, adjourned. No, I'm kidding.
I'm getting food invitations. All right. I want to let everyone know that tonight, the Clark County Commissioners Tick Sagerbloom and William McCurdy have a special reception and art exhibition called My Immigrant Family, 5:30 to 7:30 at the Clark County Government Center. So this is an open invitation for everyone to attend, as it's a joint celebration that we are all doing in light of Hispanic Heritage Month that launched on September 15th. I would also like to invite members of the Mayfair neighborhood tomorrow, Thursday, September 18th, for our Mayfair neighborhood meeting at Hollingsworth Elementary School Library with our downtown area command captain and staff. This meeting is a place to share all of their concerns as of late for public safety in the neighborhood, and that's why the Captain Seeley and his awesome officers and myself will be there taking note and addressing them. All right, September 18th, 20th, and 27th are going to be a busy weekend for our special event staff, so I just want to put these awesome events on your radar. We have a back-to-back weekend family-friendly events at our brand-new Civic Plaza, and this is your opportunity to come and check out what we have across City Hall. So we have an evening of country music with Paige and the Overtones on Thursday, September 18th at 5:30, and return on Saturday, September 20th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. for the official grand opening celebration, and this is where we invite all of the public to come and check out the Goodman Plaza. The next weekend on September 27th, the Nevada Latino Arts and Culture Association are hosting a free fiesta at the plaza in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, and that one's from 4 to 9 p.m. It's a great opportunity to come and do some free entertainment with your family and friends. Next, I'd like to put upcoming events in October on your radar. I would like to invite you to participate in two events, the Binational Health Fair and the Las Vegas Book Festival. You're invited to the East Las Vegas Community Center on October 4th to a free health fair for everyone to receive important health services and resources, including vision screening, flu vaccines, general health screenings, and more. Save the date for our Las Vegas Book Festival, which is returning on October 18th at our historic Fifth Street School for a full day of free book signings, talks, workshops, panel discussions, and fun activities for residents of all ages. Again, we're just putting on your radar that we do have no school fun days. The staff development day on the 15th helped accommodate a lot of parents that had to go to work, but their kids stayed at home or stayed with us. And this is an amazing opportunity for the upcoming no school days, October 17th, 20th, and November 26th. Please check out your nearest community center for information. Wanted to bring to your attention that YNAB grant funds are available now through October 30th. So your Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program is offering grants of up to $2,000 for youth ages 8 to 18 to design and lead projects that make a positive and lasting difference in their neighborhoods. There is a virtual workshop tonight, and their workshops will walk the applicants or potential applicants and answer questions they may have about the entire process. The last day to apply for these funds is October 30th. So go ahead and Google YNAB Grant City of Las Vegas, and you'll get to the landing page. I'm getting there. I know. I want to go celebrate my birthday too. But my staff didn't help me. Okay. Help shape the future of Charleston Boulevard. The future of Charleston belongs to you. Share your input on the future of Charleston Boulevard for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Who can't use extra money for shopping? So make sure you check that out at RTC and leave us your input. And that's it for me. You know how to get a hold of me and my fabulous staff. We're always here to hear your concerns and also heed the call to serve you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Bruni.
Last but not least, again, feliz cumpleaños to my colleague, Councilman Diaz. I hope your day is as special as you are. Second, congratulations again to Kara Kelly, our new Ward 2 councilwoman. We look forward to working with you. Next, we can go to the next one since we already covered this. Service has been a big part of the month of September for Team Bruni. Groups around the valley have been working to turn the pain of 9/11 into purpose. We've been pleased to partner with several groups to organize and participate in these service activities. Earlier this month, we partnered with Just Serve and Faith Leaders for a 9/11 Community Day of Service. About 400 volunteers came together and we made a huge impact. We collected and sorted thousands of pounds of clothes equivalent to 3 moving vans for unhoused and foster youth, which were distributed to 11 charities around the valley. We painted over 100 rocks to beautify Centennial Hills Park, and we decorated 200 Christmas ornaments for the U.S. Capitol Christmas tree, which is being provided by Nevada. Next up, last week we met with our neighbors for our monthly Bocaditos with Bruni to talk about development, our school district, and education. Speaking of education, the Department of Education recently released the star ratings, which is the state's way of rating our schools. I'm very pleased to share that 25% of Ward 6 schools are 5-star schools, and 70% of schools in my district are either 4-star or 5-star schools, compared to 30% for Nevada as a whole. Next up, I was honored to be a speaker at the Jeremiah program Las Vegas Voices Rising event, an evening celebrating the resilience of single moms and their children. As a board member, I'm proud to support a mission that transforms lives across generations by prioritizing education, recognizing that education is the single most important predictor of economic mobility. Last weekend, more than 250 volunteers joined us for our youth-led 9/11 Remembrance and Community Day of Service event. After Remembrance ceremony, where we planted 400 flags, we did a hands-on service event at Floyd Lamb Park. By the end of the day, we had collected more than 300 pounds of trash, trimmed and weeded over 2,000 feet of water lined around the lake, decorated over 100 ornaments for the U.S. Capitol Christmas tree, and collected 30 pints of donated blood. Thank you to our incredible community partners, including Boy Scouts Troop 129, Just Serve, Get Outdoors Nevada, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, Jeremiah Program, Pink Box Donuts, Youth Services of America, and Republic Services. Later that evening, I partnered with our cultural affairs team to have a concert in the park at Centennial Hills Amphitheater. We welcomed Fat Cat Swinger, a very high-energy 11-piece band, to the stage. 1,000 people joined us to swing and dance, and we're hoping to have them back next year because they were so popular. Turning to events, this Friday, Team Bruni will be hosting our last Critters of the Night event at Floyd Lamb Park. We'll be gathering at 6:30 p.m. to begin our search for bats, owls, and scorpions. On Saturday, we're gathering for our third Tales and Mocktails Book Club event. Join us at 6:30 at the Centennial Hills Library, where we will be discussing We Are Called to Rise, which highlights the wonderful way many of us have arrived in Vegas, formed unlikely ties, and built a community, rising to be better. As always, we want to hear from you. Call us at 702-229-5463 or ward6@lasvegasnevada.gov. We are here to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank all of you. This has been a long meeting, but I believe a very productive one. Very happy to welcome Kara Kelly to the City Council, and congratulations, City Manager, for an outstanding job and an outstanding review. And at this time, the September 17th meeting of the City Council is adjourned.
Like a magnet on me, I don't care what they say, we can do it our way, and if love's just a game, then come and play. Aziza.